pleased, and I'm so pleased to host this really great event. My name is Anna, and I'm like the initiator of all these educational events in Dnipropetrovsk region. And welcome to the conference Competence through Communication, Integration of Social-Emotional Learning. This conference is funded by House of Europe, and it's both a privilege and an immense pleasure to see so many faces, both familiar and new, gathered here today in the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and discovery. And first of all, I would like to introduce my great colleagues, two amazing ladies, charming Tetianas, who will facilitate today's conference. Tetiana VILKHOVA will help you with all technical issues, and Tetiana PSHONIK will moderate the workflow. And this conference is a special place, and we'll all come together to explore new approaches, I hope, and new innovative ideas. With people from over 10 different countries, we have a wonderful mix of experience and viewpoints that make our discussions richer and more exciting. And let's make the most of this opportunity to network, collaborate, and build lasting partnership. And to be honest, I'm very proud of our young team of Union for the Development of Education and Science. This year, we have managed to win several grants for projects, and Competence through Communication is funded by House of Europe. And within the project, we held a 3-day face-to-face training for teachers in March, and participants implemented acquired knowledge in practice in May. And here we are at the international conference to spread the knowledge on social-emotional learning as much as possible. We registered 54 English language teachers for face-to-face training, but only 20 talented, creative, and motivated teachers from 4 communities were invited to the face-to-face training. And we're also created a Telegram channel to provide our participants with useful materials and necessary support. And during 3-day training, the participants the essence of social-emotional learning and emotional intelligence. They mastered the technique of nonviolent communication. They analyzed and tested methods of managing emotions and reducing stress. And they also tried some cell exercises and tools integrated into English language teaching and much more. And our goal was, is, and will be psychological and pedagogical support for teachers in such difficult times. I'm extremely grateful to all the speakers who supported this initiative and will present today during the conference. You are amazing professionals whose pedagogical creativity inspires and motivates educators to grow. And I'm personally fortunate to learn from each of you. And we start with a brief introduction to the project, which was prepared by Olena ZABARA, who participated in our 3-day training. And then I give the floor to Tetiana. Once again, thanks for coming, and I hope we will do our best to rock this conference. So,
Dear colleagues and guests, my name is Olena ZABARA and I'm an English teacher at the Lyceum of Kislyanka of the Dnipro region. Today, I would like to share with you my thoughts on the integration of social-emotional learning into the process of teaching English. The modern educational process requires a more in-depth and comprehensive approach to learning, taking into account the development of not only language but also social-emotional skills of students. The integration of social-emotional learning into the process of teaching English is becoming more and more important as it contributes not only the improvement of speaking abilities but also to the development of students as whole individuals. In Ukraine, the implementation of social-emotional education is great of importance in the condition of marital conflict, helping students to overcome emotional difficulties. However, differences in the pace of implementation require a more dynamic approach to this process in Ukraine. Thanks to the implementation of the project Competence through communication, integration of social-emotional learning in teaching of English for teachers in March, and 3 comprehensive productive days of training, we had the opportunity to get to know in more detail the importance of this topic for modern teaching. One of the key strategies for the integration of social-emotional learning is the use of various interactive methods aimed at stimulating communication and cooperation between students. For example, the use of role-playing or dramatization exercises allows students to effectively use English in various communicative situations, as well as to develop cooperation and conflict resolution skills. One of the effective strategies is the use of role-playing games and stimulation tasks that encourage students to communicate and cooperate in a reproductional real situation. For example, students can role-play and interact in situations they might encounter in an English-speaking environment. This is not only develop speaking skills but also promotes empathy and interpersonal skills. Another useful practice is the use of literary works and film as a means of learning language and culture. Analysis of text and discussion of plots can evoke emotional reaction in students and contribute to understanding the socio-cultural context. The use of multimedia resources also allows you to take into account the variety of emotional expression and shades in language. Also, we can use media and resources for self-expression. Using multimedia resources such as music, videos, or pictures can help students express their emotions and thoughts on the variety topics. In addition, it is important to create a favorable emotional climate in the classroom, where students feel comfortable and free to express their thoughts and feelings. Teachers can use active listening and empathy techniques to support students in conflict resolution and stress management. The integration of social-emotional learning into the process of teaching English not only expands learning opportunities but also contributes to the development of full-fledged personality. Straightening of connection between language, culture, and emotion make the language learning process more meaningful and meaningful for students. In general, the integration of social-emotional learning into the process of teaching English opens up new opportunities for the development of students as speakers and active participants in society. This contributes not only to the improvement of language skills, but also to the formation of tolerance, empathy, and other important social qualities necessary for successful functioning in the modern world. Thank you for attention.
So thanks for watching. It was Olena, one of our participants, and now I give the floor to the person who inspired me to submit this grant application, and I learned a lot from Janine. Janine is the full professor at the University of Idaho, College of Education, Health, and Human Sciences. And Janine is so experienced, and we can learn so much from you. And I'm really appreciate you are here with us and sharing is caring. And we hope And we are excited. So, Janine.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. Good morning to you. It's midnight my time, so it's a little late. I'm happy to start my day with you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right. So I want to start just a little bit with how you're feeling today. If you will write in the chat the number that best corresponds with how you're feeling today. Oh, I see lots of 5s and 4s. Wonderful. Thank you for participating. If we can identify our feelings, we're better able to manage them in productive and positive ways. So I always like to start every class or workshop or talk with having us check in with how we're feeling. So in the time I have with you today, I plan to talk briefly about what trauma is, how it can affect the brain and learning, some classroom strategies you can use to support students who've experienced trauma, and then briefly a little about secondary trauma and compassion fatigue and some strategies we can use to support ourselves. And I will be modeling trauma-sensitive strategies and activities throughout our time together, and I hope that you'll participate with me. Of course, you don't have to, but I hope that you will. So most of us know that trauma is an event or series of events that you experience that have physical or emotional or life-threatening effects on you. And the difference between just having stress or having something bad happen is this long-lasting adverse effects. Trauma continues to affect us physically, emotionally, and socially, sometimes spiritually, over a long amount of time. I know all of you are going through an extremely difficult time right now. I am certain that many, if not all of you, have experienced trauma. Here in the United States, research shows that at least 65% of all children have experienced at least one traumatic event by the time they're 16 years old. When we look at refugees and asylum seekers, that number goes up to 90% for children and 40% of adults. And so the reality is all teachers will have students in their classroom who have experienced trauma. And there are certain things we can do that can help our students to learn better. So now's a good time for us to take a little breathing break. And this is one I like to do called rainbow breathing. So if you imagine there's a rainbow in front of you, we'll draw left to right as we breathe in, and then we'll draw right to left as we blow out slowly. So if you're willing to join me, let's breathe in and draw our rainbow. And breathe out and draw a rainbow. And let's do it one more time. Breathe in and breathe out. And we can do this as many times as we need to. I sometimes like to have students draw or identify objects that make them happy that are red and orange and yellow. And we can breathe and point to those objects and focus on those to recenter our brain. So how does trauma affect the brain? Dr. Dan Siegel and Dr. Tina Payne-Bryson talk about the brain with small children as there being an upstairs brain and a downstairs brain. And they talk about teaching children this language to help them better understand what's happening to them. So if my brain is my hand, this is my brain, this is my spinal cord and my brain stem. This is my downstairs brain, and this is my upstairs brain. And there's staircases that connect the two. So our downstairs brain, or our brain stem, is fully developed at birth. And the purpose of the downstairs brain is to keep us alive. So the downstairs brain is responsible for things like heart rate and breathing, swallowing, blinking, blood pressure, digestion, all of those things we need to stay alive. The upstairs brain continues to develop and grow. It grows a lot until we're about 25 years old, but it continues growing throughout our lives. And the upstairs brain is responsible for things like and language and movement and behavior and emotion control. So what happens when something very stressful or traumatic happens to us is these stress hormones flood our downstairs brain, and we can't access those staircases to our upstairs brain because our brain is just trying to keep us alive. So maybe you have heard of flight, fight, or freeze. This is typically what happens when those stress hormones flood our downstairs brain. So if right now a bear walked into this room, I would have stress hormones because bears are scary to me, and I might decide I'm going to try to run away from the bear. And because I'd be in my downstairs brain, I would have more blood in my muscles and increased heart rate. I would likely be able to run faster and farther than I ever thought possible to try to stay alive. Or maybe I would decide to try to fight the bear, but probably not because I'm scared of bears. Or I might freeze. I might be very, very still and very, very quiet. At this point, I'm not thinking about things like memory and attention. I can't even get up to that upstairs brain because my body is so focused on just staying alive. And so when we have trauma, we have long periods of time when we're in that downstairs brain, and it becomes harder and harder for us to access the upstairs brain, things like memory and attention, managing behavior, all things that are really important for us to do well in school. That was a lot of information. So let's take a quick brain break if you're willing to join me. This one is called either starfish, because we look like a starfish, breathing, or 5-finger breathing. And we'll just breathe in. And then when we trace our thumb down, we'll breathe out. And then in and out. And in and out, in, out, last one, in, and blow out. And we can shake out our hands. This can also be done with shapes that have multiple sides, so we can trace our shapes and have that tactile piece along with the breathing to help center or ground us. So the physical effects of trauma, what this might look like, we might have headaches and stomach aches, and we might have trouble sleeping, or we might have nightmares. For children, especially when their brains are still growing, it can, again, be a little harder for them to access those staircases to the upstairs brain. There are social and emotional effects of trauma we see as well. Students might have difficulty forming relationships. They might have anger, anxiety, depression, feelings of powerlessness. And all of this affects our performance in school. So what we might see is increased absences. Students might be sleeping in class or acting out. They might have trouble focusing or paying attention. We might find ourselves repeating and repeating the same things. And again, trauma can affect our ability to pay attention, to remember things, to concentrate, to plan ahead. It can affect our reading ability. And all of that sounds really bad, but it's not all bad news. There's good news too. Our brains are amazing. And neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to rewire itself, forming new neural connections. And those neural connections are those staircases to the upstairs brain. So our brains can keep building staircases, even though some might be damaged by stress hormones. Our brain can grow new ones. Children especially are resilient. Their brains are flexible. We can reduce symptoms of trauma or reverse them altogether. And the best news, I think, is that for children to be resilient, research shows they need at least one adult who cares and provides support for them. And of course, we would love for that adult to be a family member, but it doesn't have to be. It can be a priest, a minister, a rabbi, a coach, a neighbor. It can be a teacher. It can be you. So teachers can support neuroplasticity. Learning can help undo trauma. And as teachers, we can implement specific strategies that will help to build those staircases to the upstairs brain. And I bet you're already doing most of these teaching strategies already. So one more brain break. This one I like to do with very small children, but it works with adults as well. So I will say, grab your bowl of soup. And then with little ones, I'll say, what kind of soup do you have? I like that soup too. And then we'll hold our soup and we'll smell our soup. And we'll cool our soup. And let's smell our soup one more time. And cool our soup. Or we could smell a flower or blow out a candle. We can use props. I like to use pinwheels or balloons. I like to use straws and have students try to blow cotton balls around. And While I do this one with young children, I do it with adults too. So today I'm going to talk about 4 main trauma-sensitive classroom strategies. And again, I bet you're doing them. They're just good teaching. So building relationships, fostering safety and trustworthiness, engaging in choice and collaboration, and encouraging skill building. So when we've experienced trauma, typically something bad has happened to us. Often a person has done something bad to us or around us. And so it becomes more difficult for us to trust people. And with students, they might be hesitant to trust us as teachers. So we need to be patient with that, trying to find something in common with each student and making those connections with them, being present and calm and reliable, being honest and transparent. If students ask, is everything going to be perfect today? It's not fair to say, yes, of course, because we don't know. So we can say, I think it will be, I hope it will be. We'll be here together to get through it. Demonstrate that you're willing to listen. Mirror back to the student what you see. If I have a student who's very upset, I might say, I can see you're very upset today. Let's take a couple of breaths and hopefully we'll feel better by the end of the day. Again, when we've experienced trauma, things have happened to us that we didn't want to happen, we didn't expect to happen, and it makes us feel unsafe. And so anything we can do in our classroom to help students feel safe will help them to learn better. And so one of those things is just having a predictable schedule or routine. So when students come into the class, they know what will happen. There's not a surprise. We can outline what will happen that day on the board, just like I gave you an agenda at the start of my talk. If we have breaks, starting them and stopping them at scheduled times, posting break times so they're visible, using a timer. I often will get distracted, so I'll say, we are going to work for 5 minutes, and then something happens, and now it's been 10. So I try to use a timer when I'm teaching to keep myself on track, but so students know as well. If you can keep the classroom space clean and organized, or some of us are teaching virtually, and being consistent whenever possible rather than changing plans. Again, if students know what's going to happen, they can feel calmer and more ready to learn. Along those lines, anytime we can offer choice. So when trauma has happened to you, you didn't have power, you didn't have a choice in that. So if we can give students any choice at all, even teeny tiny choices, that can help them feel more in control when the world around them might not feel like it's in control at all. So we can ask students if they want to work with a partner or to work alone. We maybe are able to let them choose where to sit. We might have a space for quiet time and a space to talk with one another. I like to give 2 options. So if I'm going to have them write, just giving them, you can choose option A or option B, just giving students a little bit of power in whatever way we can. If we have students who are very distressed, which can be disruptive, sometimes I will talk to that student about having a signal for when they need to step out and take a quick break to control themselves. And sometimes we do a head tap or an ear pull, so they're not disrupting the whole class with "I need to leave." We can encourage behavior and emotion regulation. We know it's hard to manage our emotions. When we get very stressed, we are quicker to anger or quicker to get upset. And so the more we can help students to identify their emotions with those check-ins, how are you feeling today? Giving them explicit behavioral expectations. So instead of just saying, "You need to come to class on time," I might say, "We need to come to class on time." On time means you're in your seat when the bell rings, right? On time doesn't mean you're running in the door as the bell rings. We can teach students how stress can impact behavior. We can teach them about the upstairs brain and the downstairs brain. And then they can use that language. "I'm in my downstairs brain. I need a break." We can teach them how to self-advocate. We can teach them words like "I need" and "I want," and what the difference between that is. I want a cookie. I need to take a minute to calm myself down. We can model and lead daily mindfulness activities like the brief breathing activities I've done with you today. We can predict what might be upsetting for students. We have fire drills here once a month. We often have tornado drills as well. And unfortunately, we have active shooter drills. And all of these are really loud sirens that go off, and then students have to practice what they would do. So I like to tell them, if I know when those are going to happen, I'll say at 11 o'clock, the fire alarm will go off, so they can prepare for that. And of course, always acknowledging and praising students. So I'm hoping you'll do a quick brain break activity with me now. If you have paper or a place on your computer where you can draw a picture that has a circle in it, I would love for you to take 15 seconds to draw a picture that has a circle in it, or just draw a big circle. And now inside your circle, I would love it if you would draw or write things that you can control. And identify at least one thing that you can control today. And then on the outside of the circle, draw or write things that you can't control. I cannot control the weather. I cannot control if I'll get a good parking space at graduation today. And now what I'd like for you to do is look at those things you can't control and pretend that you're putting them in a suitcase. Pack those things up. You can't control them, so you don't need to spend energy or emotion on them. Close that suitcase, lock it, and put it in the closet or kick it under your bed or send it to another country. You can't control those things. You don't need them around you, taking up space in your head. Instead, I want you to look at those things in the middle of this circle, the things you can control, and we'll take 2 breaths, counting in for 4. Breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4. Out 1, 2, 3, 4. In 1, 2, 3, 4. Out 1, 2, 3, 4. So activities like the circle of control can help reduce anxiety for both you and your students. And it's okay to let your students know that sometimes you feel stressed too. I use the circle of control all the time. Sometimes I just think it in my head, but I find it helpful. So there are certain teaching strategies we can use that are especially helpful for building those staircases to the upstairs brain. And again, I bet you're doing these already. The first is repetition. When we have trauma, it's hard to remember things, and it's hard to pay attention. So we likely will need to repeat instructions over and over, and we'll need to review material from the previous day. Give information in multiple modalities. So always saying it out loud so students can hear it, but also showing it written on the screen or board. Giving concrete examples, using graphic organizers like images and flashcards, those KWL charts, what students already know about a topic, what they want to know, and then later we fill in what they've learned, can give them a visual organizer of information. And these provide other paths. So if the staircase they're trying to use to their upstairs brain doesn't work, we repeat until it does or until we build a new one. Giving step-by-step instructions, one instruction at a time, building that up for students and modeling what that will look like can help them as well. Incorporating both long and short-term goals into the lesson. By the end of the day, we will do this, but then first we're doing this, now we're doing this. Visuals like calendars or timelines where we can see our progress or important dates can be helpful. Making those connections with authentic materials, using signs and song lyrics, menus, tickets. We always want to, whenever we can, to focus on the present. The past might be too difficult to think about and might re-traumatize us. And the future might be a little uncertain and scary too, but we can control where we are right now, our space right in this moment. So when we can focus on the present, that can be helpful as well. We want to be really careful when requiring assignments connected to families. We don't always know what's happening in a family. And so students might be struggling with loss of family members or family members being away. So we want to be careful with requiring work that includes families. We know that the arts can help us to heal from trauma. So if we can allow opportunities for students to express themselves through writing, through art, music, and movement, that can be really helpful for students. It's good to give them opportunities to share their stories, but not require it. So if they're ready to share their story with us, that's an honor and a privilege, but they might not be ready just yet. So we want to, again, give those choices for students and always focus on hope. So one of my favorite activities to do when I'm talking to amazing teachers like all of you about trauma is this one. And so I have a link for all of you, and I'm hoping you'll participate. So the idea is I have given you some examples of things that perhaps could be trauma insensitive. And I want you to think about why it might be trauma insensitive and what you could do to make it trauma sensitive. So my first example was from my own teaching. So I used to teach Walt Whitman's poem, Song of Myself, which starts, I celebrate myself and sing myself. So I would have my students, after we read the poem and we talked about symbolism, and I would have them bring in 3 items, one to celebrate their present, one to celebrate their past, and one to celebrate their future. And then they would bring in their items and they would share them with the class. And it was a wonderful way to get to know each other a little better. But now that I've studied a lot about trauma, I think this activity is actually trauma insensitive, because I did once have a student who he had lost his belongings in a fire recently, and he didn't have anything to bring to celebrate his past. So now, if I were to assign this, I would ask students to bring in one item that celebrates either their present, their past, or their future. And so now I'm giving them choice, which is a great trauma sensitive strategy. And I'm letting them decide what one thing they want to bring. So I have a link in the Google Doc. I also have a QR code here. I will put the link in the chat. And I'm hoping you can access that. Can someone let me know if you can?
Yes, it works.
It
Yes,
works?
even-
Awesome. Thank you. You never know, right? You're just talking into the void of people. So I thought if you would take a minute, if you've got, it looks like some of you are together in a space, you can chat about these things. And we could take a few minutes. If you don't feel like working on this, there's always choice. So you could instead perhaps share something that you're looking forward to this weekend. But if we can just talk through or personally write into the Google Doc why the activity might be considered trauma insensitive, what we could do to make it more trauma sensitive. And if you have your own examples, I'd love it if you'd add those too. So I think we can take about 6 minutes. I'll set a timer. And you can start anywhere you want in this document. I love seeing your responses already. So our fabulous responses. We have about 3 more minutes. And we'll take one more minute. I know we won't get done, but you all are amazing. So I hope you can see that it's really easy just to to sort of think ahead of what might be traumatic for a student, what might trigger them or re-traumatize them. And we don't have to change everything. We can just make small little changes to our plans and be even more trauma sensitive. But clearly you already are, and you have fantastic ideas. So thank you so much for participating in that exercise with me. And you did better than my examples. But again, giving choices, focusing on hope and the present, being careful, especially with families. And I know in contexts where there's conflict, there can be a lot of stress and emotion about home or your home country. If you're displaced, where is my home? What's going on in my home right now? So just being careful with those types of requirements and giving some choice, we can be even more trauma sensitive for our students. So I know this wasn't part of what I was asked to talk about, but I feel like it's really, really important if we're going to talk about supporting students.
В автобусі, як я тому, це вимагає певного зусилля. Бережіть свої сили і
Please, dear Oksana Mironyak, mute yourself. Oh, thank you.
We need to also take care of ourselves. So secondary trauma or vicarious trauma, and compassion fatigue, those are things that teachers, especially those of us who are supporting students who have experienced trauma, we're very likely to experience secondary trauma as well. Teaching is hard and stressful, even in the best of circumstances. So when you're living through very difficult times, it's even harder. Research shows that teachers experience as much stress as police officers and paramedics. Teaching was ranked as the #1 most stressful job in the UK compared to other stressful occupations. Here in the United States, 40% of teachers leave their job within the first 5 years. So we know that teaching is hard, and we have to take care of ourselves so we can continue supporting our students. Secondary trauma, or sometimes called vicarious trauma, is when someone tells us about their trauma, we take that on, and our body acts in very similar ways as the person who has experienced the trauma themselves. It's not as bad, of course, because we didn't experience it firsthand, but even hearing about it or seeing it on the news, over and over, we can start to feel that trauma. We might feel stress, anxiety, have trouble sleeping. I do a lot of minimizing where I'm comparing. So whatever is happening, I think, well, it's not as bad as this, which is true, but also is not necessarily helpful. We need to accept how things are at that moment. Compassion fatigue goes along with secondary trauma, and that's when we lose the ability to be able to empathize with people. We start to feel detached, where we get angry very quickly. Again, we might be comparing people's suffering. So if my friend is so upset because she didn't get her coffee order correct, I might get frustrated because I say other people are going through these really difficult things right now. I don't want to hear about your coffee. Or it might be something more significant. Our body often tries to protect ourselves from the traumas that we're inundated with. And so in order to protect ourselves, we stop feeling altogether. Burnout, I bet you've all experienced burnout. Burnout is a little different from secondary trauma and compassion fatigue because it is mostly just from being overworked and stressed. And the best thing about burnout is typically we can get rid of it if we take some time away from work. So it's always good to set boundaries for when you want to start and end your workday. I realize it's almost 1 in the morning right now, so I'm a bad example of that today. But try to stick to that. Set boundaries for when you'll respond to email. I started doing that this year with my college students, and I said, you can email me, but I will not respond on the weekends. I will not respond after 5 p.m. So that has helped me some. Trying to take a day or at least a chunk of a day each week to stay away from screens as much as possible, and dedicating time each day for things that can bring you joy and happiness. So it's not all bad, though, this vicarious trauma. Along with it, there's vicarious resilience. And so when we see others recovering from trauma or persevering, we have greater empathy and compassion for people. We can gain appreciation for the amazing strength of people. And that can give us hope and optimism too. And similarly, along with compassion fatigue, we can have compassion satisfaction. We can feel good knowing we're doing good work. We're supporting others. We're helping make their day maybe just a little bit easier or a little bit brighter. And along with post-traumatic trauma, there's vicarious post-traumatic growth, which again, when we see that people are persevering or getting through their trauma and recovering from trauma, that can help us to appreciate things more, to find gratitude in life, to find meaning in life, to feel good about the work we're doing, and to feel optimism for the future. So it's not all bad. But we do need to take care of our own personal wellness. When we get on an airplane, the flight attendants tell us to put on our own oxygen mask first in case of an emergency. We cannot be good teachers and help others if we're not good to ourselves first. It is not selfish to prioritize our own wellness. We can't keep it up forever if we don't help ourselves. So you want to take care of yourself, eat well, sleep, exercise, get outside if it's possible. Make time for pleasurable activities and relaxation. It is not selfish. This concept of access to similar others, my research with my colleague, we have found that it's one of the most helpful things for teachers is to share with each other, to talk through with each other. So I might have things going on at school and I go home and I tell my family and they are lovely, but they don't understand really. My colleagues, my fellow teachers, they really understand because they're living it with me. So trying to just take that minute to talk and share. You can complain, but not just complain with your colleagues. It helps you feel better, encourage each other. And of course, in all cases, seek professional help when needed. If you feel like you can't help yourself, it's time to seek professional help. So the last thing I'm hoping you will do today in your time with me is I want you to think about one thing you can do for yourself today that will bring you joy and peace. And I want you to think about one thing you can do for yourself tomorrow. And I want you to commit to doing that thing today and tomorrow and every day because you're worth it and you deserve it. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today. I know I'm a little early, but that just means you'll have time for a stretch and a break, perhaps. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you. And I'm just holding you all in my hearts and hoping for peaceful times ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, dear Janine, for your engaging speech. I'm sure that all of us benefited a lot from your presentation. And dear attendants, dear colleagues, if you have any questions for Janine, you are very welcome to ask some. Somebody's writing in the chat. Great presentation, wonderful and helpful for presentation, Janine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janine. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you.
It was a brilliant presentation. So since nobody has got any questions, I will ask one. Okay. So Janine, have you had an experience of working with war traumatized students from Ukraine? And if yes, so what were the main challenges?
You know, most of my experience with Ukraine specifically, and I see some familiar faces here, is through teaching the class Teaching English in Emergencies, which is an 8-week course. And I was able to pilot that with 25 amazing educators, some of you last summer, and then had another group of 26 teachers this past winter, and then have done another presentation with folks as well. But here in the States, I volunteer with refugee resettlement, and we are having a lot more refugees from Ukraine coming into our country and in my community specifically. And I think along with any war, I've worked a lot with refugees from Syria. And I think just with any refugee situation, in ways it's of course it's difficult. The trauma, everyone's experiencing it. In some ways, the fact that everyone is experiencing it I think can be a gift as opposed to an individual student who perhaps is experiencing violence at home that no one knows about. So I just try to use trauma-sensitive teaching all the time, because whether it's in Ukraine or it's in the United States, someone in my class is probably suffering and struggling. And so I just try to assume that someone's going to need it, and it won't hurt anyone to use those trauma sensitive strategies. I'm not sure if I answered your question. It's 1 a.m. here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for your incredible presentation. We were very happy to have you here today. And good night, dear Janine.
Thank you so much. Really, I truly appreciate it. And yes, it's my students' graduation here in a couple of hours. So I wish for you a wonderful conference, and I hope our paths meet in person sometime.
Probably we'll meet sometime. So bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Шановні колеги, перед виступом пані Тетяни я хотіла би зробити невеличке оголошення. У нас буде анкета зворотнього зв'язку. Я відправлю її в чат, ви її, будь ласка, собі збережіть. Ну, я буду декілька разів дублювати в чаті, для того, щоб ви поділилися своїми враженнями після конференції. І ця анкета зворотнього зв'язку, вона дасть можливість отримати сертифікати. Стосовно сертифікатів учасників конференції, вони будуть розіслані вам десь приблизно протягом 2 тижнів. Поки ми це все завершимо, зробимо, то обов'язково будуть ці сертифікати. І я періодично буду писати вам певну інформацію в чаті. Доєднуйтесь до нашої інстаграм-сторінки, до сайту. Не забувайте про те, що сьогодні наприкінці конференції ми розіграємо лотерею з підручниками, які будуть вам, я дуже думаю, цінними у вашій роботі. Тому не забувайте, якщо що, донатити. Я дуже дякую тим, хто вже донатив. Ці гроші будуть перераховані Збройним силам України. Ми обов'язково про них відзвітуємо і все вам висвітлимо і покажемо. А зараз я хотіла би передати слово пані Тетяні, яка також з вами поділиться своїми напрацюваннями.
So, hello everyone. Hello one more time. I have a very great honor to take the floor after a very experienced educator, after an incredible Dr. Janine DARRAGH. And so let me share my screen first. So, dear colleagues, I'm here to speak on the topic of establishing a positive learning environment and cultivating a community of learners at the English foreign language lessons. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm a humble teacher of English working at a state school in one of the communities of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. This is Petropavlivka Lyceum number 2, and I've got 16 years of teaching experience, 9 of which I spent at the post of a deputy principal, and through my teaching journey, I managed to reach the highest qualification category, got a TESOL certificate, and became certificated facilitator of a teacher activity group within the British Council Switlo project. And to be consistent, I have to start with a definition of SEL, and different institutions define SEL in their way, but we can trace the same features in each of them. SEL is social and emotional learning, is about understanding and managing emotions, about navigating relationships effectively, and about making responsible decisions. And through developing these skills at our classes, we help our students to succeed both academically and personally in their future life. So, and it goes without saying that in the context of English language teaching, social and SL enhances students' ability to communicate effectively, to collaborate with others, and to navigate diverse cultural contexts. So, going to the point of my speech, I'd like to talk about using warming up and ice-breaking techniques in our ESL classrooms. So, what are the main reasons for using icebreakers and warmers? Of course, the very first one is the creating a positive classroom environment. Such activities, warmers and icebreakers, they help to create relaxed and friendly atmosphere. They foster a sense of community and trust among students, which is really essential for effective learning. The next reason to use warmers at our lessons, it is engagement, of course. Warmers and icebreakers, they capture students' attention from the beginning of the lesson, making them more engaged and receptive to learning. One more thing that warmers and icebreakers do is building rapport, and icebreakers encourage interaction among students and also between students and the teacher, helping to build rapport and establish a comfortable learning environment. The next thing that is important is easing anxiety. For many students, especially for those who are shy or new to the class, icebreakers provide a low-pressure way to start interacting with their peers and the teacher, reducing anxiety about speaking in English. The next reason to use warmers and icebreakers, especially warmers, this is transitioning between different activities. So warmers can serve an effective transitional activities between different parts of the lesson, helping them to focus. One more thing is promoting cultural awareness and activities which involve sharing personal experience or cultural aspects, encourage students to learn from each other and develop that cultural awareness, enriching their language learning experience. And of course, sometimes the main reason for using warmers and icebreakers it is the simplest one, just to wake them up, of course. Now let's take a closer look at some popular examples of icebreakers and warmers we can easily use at our lessons. I'm sure that most of you use them. So the very first one is using mood scales. And it can be a sheep or a cat scale, or even Nicolas Cage scale. Mentimeter provides that, by the way. So it doesn't matter. But the thing is that these easy warmers, they suit any age and size of a group. So we can do it the same way as we did with Janine. We can do it quickly right now. For example, we can use this cat scale. Yes, on this cat scale. How do you feel today? So, do you feel scared or angry or maybe relaxed is number 2, or happy, excited, waiting for something important. So how are you today? You can unmute yourself and tell about that, or just drop a line in the chat. So I can see number 8, 8, 8. Oh, my favorite number. Yulia is number 2, relax, 8 and 2. Number 7 is also great. Number 6, I think it's a little bit concentration there. Okay, anyway, I can see that most of you are quite positive, yes, and you are feeling quite good right now. So thank you for participation, and let's go to the next point. And okay, the next. One more thing we can use for warming up is the AI image creators, such as Bean or Crayon or Stereo AI, some others. So it can be a real fun to start a lesson with creating a picture which describes your mood or your student's mood. For example, you can set a particular task. Use one word for an animal you like, one adjective describing your mood at the moment, and one place you'd like to be at. For example, a happy sloth on the roof of a skyscraper, or a dreamy panda flying in the purple sky. Or if the topic of your lesson is something connected with school or education, you may ask your students to create a picture of their dream school. For instance, a 3-storied castle with blue walls and yellow windows. So these are some of the ways to have fun at the beginning of the lesson. And here you can see some examples of AI generated pictures which illustrate some of Taras Shevchenko's poems. By the way, we did it with my 10th form. And the students created them pasting the lines from the most famous Shevchenko's poems. So they really liked it. This activity was really successful. The next thing for warmers and for icebreakers, I think one of the best ways to set the mood at the lesson, at the beginning of the lesson, is using music at the lesson. We can do listening, singing, dancing, so anything with music, anything that you like, anything your students like doing. And one of my favorite YouTube channels for just a minute, where's that? For using at the elementary level for primary students. This is this one, the Singing Walrus. They've got plenty of fascinating songs for kids with fascinating melodies, and here is, for example, one of them. I like to, my students like to listen to it. So just tell me if the sound is okay.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, good morning. Hello, and how are you? Early in the morning, I say good morning.
So after listening to this song and some of the others, my primary students, they really feel good and they feel happy after it. They ask me, are we going to listen to our good morning or hello song at the beginning? Let's do that. I try to do that anyway with them. And for secondary school students, we can also use a wide range of popular songs, and there is one which was especially popular among my senior students, and they shared this song with their peers from another forms, and they were walking along the school corridors, singing it alone. So this is a beautiful day and a great song for the beginning of the lesson.
The sun shines bright as it moves across my face. I feel the light and everything is in its place. I woke up feeling great. Today was made for me. And life is good the way it should, the way it was meant to be. And it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
So talking about the music, just I'm trying to find where is that. We cannot only listen to music, we can also create the lists of the playlist together with our pupils. This is the one we created during one of our speaking clubs. They just pasted the links to their favorite. We created the summer vibes playlist, and you can see here are different links to different popular songs, and you can see this Eurovision popular song here. So we created such a document where they could share their favorite music. Just a moment, I'm going back to my presentation. And of course, our great helpers for warming ups and icebreakers are different digital tools, such as word wall or Mentimeter, lots of them. And you can create different kinds of polls, ratings, word clouds at the beginning of the lesson to learn about your students' likes and dislikes, about their priorities, check the prior level of their knowledge on the topic, and playing games on word wall. You can involve every student from your class when setting individual games, for example, or you can also demonstrate it on your screen and use open the box or spin the wheel activity or flip the tile for students to take turns answering questions, or for example getting their predictions about the future, which they really like, by the way. And right now I got such an activity for you if you'd like to participate. I've got this special activity, prediction activity for teachers. So here it is. Students really like to get such predictions. So, are there any volunteers among you to get your personal prediction right now? So, just raise your hand or drop a line into the chat. you're very welcome to get your personal prediction. Okay, Olena. So, Olena, we'll try to get the prediction for you. So, Olena, your career as a teacher will experience ups and downs, but remember that life is cyclical and each challenge is an opportunity for growth and transformation. This is your prediction for your future.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to open it down and I'm here to go up. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe anybody else wants to know about his or her future, dear colleagues. Okay, let's make one for I can see it in the chat. Ляшенко Ulyana. Okay, Ulyana, the next one is for you. This card signifies hope, optimism, and a bright future ahead in your teaching career. Keep shining your light and inspiring others with your passion for education.
Oh, thanks a lot.
So this one is for you. And do the last one, maybe for all of you, yeah, for everyone. So, the last one for everyone. You will be filled with enthusiasm and inspiration, sparking a passion for learning with your students and igniting their curiosity about the world around them. So, I think that this one suits for each of you, yes, because we are really enthusiastic and inspired, and we are ready to do the best for our students. Okay, I need to stop this video just a moment. So there are lots of other really interesting and engaging warmers and icebreakers which deserve to be announced and practiced, but I can't take the whole time of this session, of course, talking about warmers and icebreakers. So I'll just enlist some of them which I like to use in my classroom. So one word story, the students create a story together, taking turns and using only one word at a time. Or another one is correct me. The teacher reads out a wrong sentence, such as, there are 4 colors in the traffic lights, and the students should correct it. One more, this is the ice-breaking activity, 2 truth and a lie. I really like to use it in my new classes at the beginning of the school year. I start with telling 2 truth and a lie about myself, and then the students try to guess where is the lie. And the students also like to play this 2 truth and a lie, even if they know each other very well, but still they are still surprised to learn some new facts about each other, about their friends. One more interesting activity, and it is very popular, find someone who, for example, find someone who owns a pet, or find someone who rides rollerblades, someone who plays a musical instrument, or find someone who can move their ears. I can do that, by the way. So this is a mingling activity, and it is better to do it in the physical classroom, not online, of course. But still, the students usually are engaged in such an activity. And one more is an imaginary present. So the participants, they may sit in a circle, for example, or just take turns if it is online. They pass each other the imaginary presents. The person who receives a present should think of something he or she wished to have for a long time and describe it. So sometimes it gets pretty emotional, and it can be used both for warming up or for ice breaking. So summing up this part of my presentation, I can say that warmers and icebreakers, they are essential for creating a positive classroom environment, and first of all, and also play a crucial role in for the success of the whole lesson. And now I'd like to continue talking about social and emotional learning in EFL teaching, and develop a topic of cultivating a community of learners by means of participation in different speaking clubs. So speaking clubs, they provide a cool opportunity for students to practice their speaking skills, to gain some confidence, and to engage in meaningful interactions with their peers. This not only improves their language proficiency, but it also develops critical thinking skills and cultural awareness and emotional resilience. And the first speaking club which had a success among my students was Go Global Speaking Club. This Go Global initiative is rather popular among us Ukrainian teachers. It is really famous, and I'm sure that many of you have an experience of participation there. So I will not talk about it much. I will only present the main idea. So 2 or 3 groups of pupils, of students from different regions of Ukraine, they are united in one big group together with their teachers and one foreign volunteer. The Go Global organization offers structured materials for each meeting, but the volunteers and the teachers can change topics and use their own activities to engage their students into active participation. And such a format is quite good even for A1, A2 level students. Next speaking club I'd like to present here. This is ITCE, and it stands for International Teen Conversational Exchange. And I think that maybe just a few of you know about it, because it is a kind of a membership or close club. And I managed to found it through the ESL video website and filled in the application form, and then received the invitation to join the teachers' meetings to prepare the students' ones. So there are teachers and students from different countries involved. So this is Poland, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Ukraine, Italy, Spain, and the USA, Brazil, Argentina, Georgia, Iraq. So the meetings are held every fortnight. The students' meetings are held every fortnight, and the teachers' meetings, we have them every Saturday. So we start each meeting at the ITCE Speaking Club with a short warming up activity when all the participants are together in one room on Zoom. But then the students are divided into groups of 3 or 4 people from different countries. They communicate in breakout rooms while we, the teachers, are waiting for them and having our own speaking club. And it is a really cool experience for my B1, B2 level students. They enjoy every meeting without any exaggerations, and here you can see the real feedback on ITCE Speaking Club. They say, I liked that we each got a chance to speak and share things about ourselves. Or it was lovely since at first the awkwardness was high and the tension palpable. But as time went on, we became more relaxed and started talking more. So, what's going on with my presentation? It is lagging a little bit, I think. Switch. So when the students are together, are in the breakout rooms, they are offered the list of questions, the list of topics for conversation, but they are not compulsory. They can talk on whatever they would like to. And there is such a list of questions for conversations. I think that's over here. That's it. So they've got such a list of questions, and then they may use them to talk to each other. So for example, what similarities can you find among your countries? So the students are from different countries. In one group, there can be a student from Ukraine, Spain, Brazil, and Italy, for example, and they only have the opportunity to speak English. If there is a food dish you would never eat or you hate, what is the traditional food? What's the biggest accomplishment you want to achieve, or have you lived in your country your whole life? What are your favorite movies? So and so on and so forth. I'm trying to get back to my demonstration, to my presentation, because something went wrong, I guess, here. And here you can see some certificates of attendance for my secondary school students. One more format of speaking clubs. It is the meetings with native speakers. Such meetings are not held, they are not regular, but I try to use every opportunity to involve my British friends into our extra curricular activities. And there is one meeting, one of such events, the meeting with John Parker. He's a volunteer from the UK who kindly joined our lesson, told us about his volunteering for the sake of Ukraine, and the students also told him about their help for Ukrainian army, their help for the people in need. And actually, yesterday, we had our first offline, it was yesterday, we had our first offline meeting when John visited Petropavlivka, our home place. He visited our lyceum, you can see him. Actually, this is John himself and one more man, his friend Tim. They volunteer a lot from the very beginning of the war. They visit Ukraine almost every month or two. So we were very happy. The students were very excited. They treated these British men as the real celebrities, and you know, John and Tim, they told us that they were really honored to be present at our lyceum. They liked our kids a lot. They told that their English is great, and that our students are very nice. They told that the teenagers in the UK, they are not like that. They liked our kids more. So it is absolutely clear that involving our students into the participation in speaking clubs, we cultivate the values of social and emotional learning. So this is about self-awareness and social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. And going to the conclusion, we can assume that the integration of social and emotional learning principles into language teaching practices offers profound benefits for both teachers and learners. Through self-focused teaching approaches, educators empower learners to not only excel in language proficiency, but also thrive as empathetic, culturally aware, and resilient individuals capable of making responsible decisions. Oh, thank you for your attention, dear colleagues, and I wish everyone peace, good health, and well-being, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Thank you, пані Тетяно.
Thank you.
Так.
We are moving, yes? We are going to our next speaker. Just give me a moment. Tetiana, are we ready to introduce Maria?
I don't
Is Maria
know.
here?
Maria VLACHOPOULOU.
Yes, Maria VLACHOPOULOU from Greece.
Yes.
І ще вона вже приєдналася, Марія, до нас чи ні?
Мабуть, ні, я зараз переглядаю.
So we are a little bit ahead of our schedule. Yeah? Трішечки ми по розкладу вперед забігли, but I think we can watch some of our recorded presentations, Таня. Ми могли би зараз переставити трішечки в розкладі, щоб ми не затримувались, так? І у нас є досить таки гарна презентація у записі, так?
Yes.
While we are waiting for Maria.
Презентація буде доктора Тетяни Богаченко. Вона зараз знаходиться в Австралії і, на жаль, в неї не вийшло до нас доєднатися, тому я зараз продемонструю відеозапис її виступу.
Good afternoon from Perth, Western Australia. I'm Dr. Tetiana BOGACHENKO. I work as a Senior Research Officer in the School of Education here at Curtin University. And I would like to express my gratitude to Associate Professor Anna Kyrpa for the invitation to this conference and an opportunity to contribute to this important topic today. As we do in Australia, I will start with the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation as the traditional custodians of the land on which I live and work, and where Curtin University is situated, and would like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I wonder if anyone here knows the name of this flower on the slide. It is a native Australian flower, and it is called kangaroo paw. Its shape resembles a paw of a real kangaroo. And in life, it's rather strong. It can actually be quite dangerous for the animals that threaten kangaroos, such as dingoes, but the flower is just beautiful. There are 11 types of this flower of all colors of the rainbow. Noongar people call it Nulamara and use it in traditional medicine. I'm a qualitative researcher, placing value on lived experiences, stories, and voice. And this presentation draws on my own experiences as an educator and researcher with a large Australian university. Originally, I come from Ukraine, and this is one of my favorite photographs with my sister and little niece in VILKHOVA about 6 years ago, just when I visited home last, just before COVID started. And I worked in Ukrainian, Australian, and Vietnamese contexts, teaching English, including academic English, and lecturing in applied linguistics. I worked in school and university settings, government and private sectors, and you can see different photographs from different classrooms. I have also worked as an interpreter and translator. I have been involved in a number of research projects that aim to support migrant and Aboriginal communities, projects in heritage language teaching, projects that provide opportunities to advocate for the people with forced displacement backgrounds. And in my work, I aim to facilitate positive education practices and experience exchange, and to provide better opportunities for underprivileged and challenged communities around the world. One thing that became obvious early on in my work was that there is no one ultimate recipe of how language teaching should be done. It is much more than just teaching the language. It is teaching the learners, working with people, who of course have not only academic goals and needs, but also physical, social, emotional, real-life needs. And it is learning alongside. Each teaching and learning context was unique with its own sociocultural environment, goals, affordances, and challenges. And then I came across task-based language teaching and needs analysis, and it made a lot of sense to me. And I later found out that what I was experiencing, my feelings about contextualizing teaching, ensuring it is appropriate and applicable, were in line with the scholarly criticism of globalization. So today I will start with the concerns about globalization. We'll then talk about teachers' sense of plausibility, explain what task-based language teaching and needs analysis are, and how these can potentially inform social-emotional learning in a variety of educational settings. I will also illustrate this on the example of tasks and needs analysis in different contexts based on the published literature and our own studies. So with all the advantages of current globalization, such as faster cross-border information exchange, this process also poses a number of concerns. For instance, the ideas that become spread and promoted, such as teaching ideologies and approaches, often represent the interests of the privileged groups. And the direction of such cross-cultural transfer is more likely to be from developed to developing countries, and the latter are usually treated simply as recipients of change, recipients of ideas. Unfortunately, for this reason, we can see that once the external support is removed in projects, for example, the innovation, such as a new teaching methodology or a well-being program, often fails to thrive. And this situation has been compared by Adrian Holiday to the phenomenon of tissue rejection in medicine. And I like to quote Prabhu, a language educator in India who developed the communicational language teaching project there in the 1970s, 1980s. And he was one of the first proponents of communicative teaching, language teaching, and tasks in particular. But he proposed that ultimately it comes to the teacher's sense of plausibility. Plausibility means what is reasonable, what makes sense in a particular situation. He argued that participation in professional debate positively contributes to the teacher's sense of plausibility that guides their decisions about what is appropriate or not for their classroom and their learners. So, as I talk about task-based teaching and needs analysis today, I want to highlight that it can take a lot of forms and may be one of many useful tools in one's pedagogical treasure box. So, my time in language teaching practice and research has been marked by the increasing criticism of structural approaches and synthetic syllabuses that followed a lockstep pattern of perfecting one language feature before moving on to the next one, expecting that learners will, at some point, be able to put these separate linguistic items together when the need to communicate arises. And hence, it was the time of exploring more communicative, analytic approaches where learners are exposed to holistic, meaningful chunks of language and then explore how different elements work. In other words, as David Noonan puts it, based on empirical evidence, language learning is far more like helping a garden to grow than building a wall one brick at a time. And if you have got a garden or a few pots, you will understand the complexity of that environment. And in fact, the need for watering and sunshine, different factors influencing what is happening at the same time. And analytic syllabuses are also more in line with the key philosophies in education, making a connection between the learner's actual experience, school learning, and the practical application of what is taught to outside the classroom. And it is John Dewey's concept of learning by doing, Bruner's idea of learning for use, to have a clear understanding of practical implementation of knowledge in the future, and Franet's work in a French rural school, ensuring that learning is connected to his students' background knowledge and real-life activities. Or in other words, it is what David Noonan calls experiential learning. It is like learning to drive a car. Students can either write down the car parts and explanation of how a car works and then be expected to drive on the road straight after that, or they could jump in a real car and use the steering wheel and pedals and gears to learn to use it, of course with an instructor and an L plate in place. So, same happens with the language. We learn it by using it, and we learn better when engaged in real-life tasks. In the 1980s, and then much wider in the 2000s, task-based language teaching, or TBLT, started gaining popularity as one example of the analytical approach to teaching languages. It was based on theoretical and empirical work of Mike Long, Rod Ellis, Peter Skin, Mike Breen, Jane Willis, Chris van den Branden, and others. A task differs from an exercise in that it has meaning as its primary focus, not a language item such as vocabulary or grammar structure. It draws on learners' existing linguistic resources rather than a given word or structure that they have to use. It creates a gap in information or opinion that makes interaction necessary, and so interaction is motivated, not just requested of the learners. And it has a non-linguistic outcome, such as reaching consensus, resolving a problem, constructing or fixing something based on the manual, and so on, like in real life. While language forms are not the main focus, a focus on form for clarity and to fix communication breakdowns during the lesson is also possible, as long as the main focus remains on the meaning. Tasks are based on the real needs of the participant group of learners, and this makes them flexible for contextualizing. And you can see a few examples here of learners creating power circuits based on the manual, or cooking, following the recipe instructions, or people in different countries communicating via Skype, explaining what they like, what their hobbies are, for instance, and perhaps making some plans to meet in the future. So things that we do in our everyday life. As mentioned above, tasks are modeled after the real-life tasks that a particular group of learners need to do with the language, and this is done with the help of needs analysis. Mike Long compares needs analysis to the type of medical examination required in order to prescribe an appropriate and effective treatment. And when this is not done, it becomes teaching the language, not the students. Well, needs analysis can involve surveys, observations, interviews, document analysis, just as some examples, and it can be formal and large scale, or informal and just done by the teacher with their class. It can be done at the start to inform curriculum development, and every year or every term to adjust the teaching better to the students' needs, because they are not static. They are evolving. A preliminary study of the context of implementation of, say, a new idea in teaching, such as a new approach to teaching languages, is called means analysis. It is a part of needs analysis that looks specifically at the context. In other words, it is context or situation analysis. And it is important because, as Adrian Holiday rightly states, language needs cannot be separated from the social context in which they play a role. So here we are talking about the social aspect of language teaching. And the type of means analysis depends on who is carrying it out, the teacher herself, the school administration, or an external body, or even an international organization at times. But normally it includes things like considering location, facilities, timing available, resources and methods that are already in use, assessment procedures, culture, description of the learners and teachers and their beliefs about learning and teaching, or for the teacher being self-aware of their own beliefs, experiences and preferences. So now we will see how all these steps into the potential to incorporate social-emotional learning. The Collaborative for Academic, Social and Emotional Learning, or CASEL, which is a multidisciplinary network in the US that includes researchers, educators, practitioners and advocates to develop and promote social-emotional learning, or CEL in short, defines CEL as the process through which children and adults understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. The CEL framework includes, as you can see here, 5 competencies, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness, and self-awareness. And these have shown to have a positive impact on academic progress and well-being. Teaching languages is one of the key areas for SEL, as language, culture, and identity are closely intertwined. And in case of migrant and refugee students, for example, language classes are often one of the key means to facilitate social integration in the new environment, as well as help deal with the culture shock or trauma of forced displacement. And it can be a place of restoration, empowerment, social justice, and equity. According to Smith, task-based language teaching is an obvious choice for SEL, as it involves students completing tasks that require them to use language in authentic, real-world situations, which can help students with problem-solving, decision-making, and critical thinking. And I would like to extend that acknowledgement of the synergy between the two and discuss a number of TBLT features that can be utilized for SEL. So here is focus on meaning. As mentioned before, tasks revolve around meaning rather than separate language item, and meaning is concerned with what we use the language for, communication, which by definition incorporates social-emotional goals. Also, it is real-life needs, as Smith advocates for the evidence-based SEL curriculum, considering cultural background, learning styles, developmental stage, student learning objective, and so on. So, for example, job interviews will be relevant for one group of learners, but not necessarily for another. And this is exactly what needs analysis is for, to identify the real-life needs of a specific group of learners. Also, TBLT allows to explore different topics and issues. Mike Long maintains that TBLT has a socially conscious curriculum. It addresses, or it can address, it can incorporate consideration of the issues of classism, racism, sexism, and these can be addressed in task-based materials with the learners, encouraging them to reach their own conclusions. And tasks can be used to prepare learners for a higher education degree, for instance, or for profession, regardless of their social standing or gender or else, hence leading learners to discover opportunities for emancipation. Also, we know that there is a difference between task as a work plan and task as a process. So we can plan to address certain social issue, well-being issue in the task material, but different groups of learners, or for instance, when they work in pairs, in groups, there will be different dynamics, and they will, in fact, enact the task in a different way that will reflect their interests, the different maybe levels of proficiency, because oftentimes within one class we can have various levels of proficiency. And so task as a process can be very different to task as a work plan. And so it allows to be proactive in terms of social emotional learning and choose materials that address certain issues, but also be reactive, as in different things, different issues and ideas can arise as learners work on tasks. They can ask questions and they can provide the teachers and their peers with an opportunity to further address or dig deeper with certain issues and emotions that are connected to those. And then there is also collaboration involved. Some tasks are input-based, or if they're output-based, that can be writing tasks where one learner works with a text, for instance, or some sort of information. But a lot of tasks involve, in fact, interaction in pairs or groups or whole class interaction between peers or students and teacher interaction. And so in this situation, each member's success is dependent on the group's success, which basically then links to socio-emotional learning according to Smith, where also some other examples are provided, such as role-playing. It can be useful as acting out a scenario or situation that can help students make sense of real-life situation, explore, investigate, experiment, and compromise with one another in creative and imaginative ways, recognize and respond to others' feelings, and potentially engage in supportive conflict resolution. So these are the things that Smith mentions in terms of socio-emotional learning, but also how tasks can actually, we can see the tasks, because of their features, they can incorporate these or provide these opportunities for learners. And then all of these together can ultimately foster appreciation of diversity and inclusion in terms of the text, what is addressed in the task materials, but also in terms of working with other peers who may have different working styles, and just accepting that there can be different approaches to resolving a problem, or even, solving a puzzle, putting together the jigsaw puzzle. There are many different approaches and techniques or strategies, so to say, and we learn when doing such teamwork, we learn that people do things in different ways. Another example of this can be translanguaging, which is the ability to move fluidly between languages, to strategically employ different languages and linguistic repertoires in communication. And translanguaging and teaching and learning languages promotes this decolonizing pedagogy by challenging the monolingual ideology, recognizing both teachers' and learners' linguistic resources and cultural capital, and seeing students as active agents of learning. So here again, students who come, say, in one classroom, they come from different cultural backgrounds, they can appreciate these resources and repertoires that other students may have, or if they come from the same cultural background or linguistic background, they can speak their first language just for certain goals, for certain reasons, but they are not being stopped by the teacher. But instead of that, using other languages, so their first language, other languages they know, to help them complete the task without shifting their attention from the main meaning of what they want to achieve. And this also, according to Smith, and which is within the CEL framework, provides learners with the opportunities for choice and autonomy. So as we could see from the previous slide, there are a lot of areas for synergy between TBLT and CEL. And here are some examples of such tasks that integrate or can integrate social issues, critical thinking, social justice. And I will start with those widely known in the published literature, and then move on to some examples of the projects that we did with my colleagues at Curtin University. Okay, so probably one of the most obvious is help task. This task is taken from the syllabus for young learners of Dutch in the Netherlands, and it was published in a book chapter by Van Gorp and Bogaert in the volume Task-Based Language Education from Theory to Practice, edited by Chris van den Branden. The task includes responding to the children's letters to the magazine, seeking help, in a way taking on this agony aunt role. And so this can facilitate the development of interpersonal skills, empathy, perspective taking, and other things mentioned by Smith, again, within the framework of social-emotional learning. And of course, there can be many different problems included. The teacher would know the challenges that their students are going through based on their age and other factors. So that can be adjusted in many different ways. And then students can work again on their own, writing a letter response, or they can again work in pairs or in groups even, deciding on what can be possible responses, possible advice, and then choosing the best pieces of advice to include in the letter, for instance. So again, there will be different levels of difficulty depending on a specific group of students, of learners. Now here is another quite obvious example that would fit well within the framework of social-emotional learning, and it is the heart transplant task provided by Rod Ellis in his book on task-based language teaching, where students receive information about different patients. So each student would have a different patient card, and then they would need to fill in the form accordingly, and then without showing their information, their cards to each other, they would talk and ask questions to fill in the form for all the existing patients. So say they would work in a pair or in a group, and then they will have the information, say, about all 5 patients, and they would have to decide there will only be 3, for instance, heart transplants available, who they would choose and why. So that is quite a tough task, I think, but for older learners, it can be a good opportunity to address or develop traits like respect, responsibility, compassion, honesty, and understanding of how to apply these values in one's daily life. That again, these traits were mentioned by Smith as being within the social-emotional learning framework, and here we can see how a task can incorporate those. The task Things in the Pockets is another interesting one. It was mentioned among other sources in Samud and Bygate's book. And here students work in pairs or groups, and each group is given either a lost bag or a coat with different pockets and things in these pockets. And students need to discuss and make suggestions about who the owner might be. They may think about gender, profession, age, habits, and so on. And then again, it may be an opportunity for students to collaborate, to develop critical thinking, to discuss in a polite, respectful manner, but also it can help address certain or challenge certain stereotypes, as in who this may belong to and why. Published literature also includes tasks that can be used to support migrant and refugee communities in places like Canada, Belgium, the Netherlands, Australia, and others, where there are many migrant groups. And so language teachers support their students, their learners, in integrating into the society. So this example, quite recent example, addresses the issue of migrant and refugee support, working with the refugee students through the task cycle. So helping them through pre-task activities, preparing for the main task, then the main task and post-task, to help them locate helpful, appropriate, relevant resources in their universities that they can use. So they start with a series of questions about some sample programs, and just to understand from the information provided what the rationale is, what the ideas are, how they came about, what are the steps and procedures involved, just to understand the general kind of idea of programs and what they involve. Then looking for specific information in their university, discussing that information, looking at the application for such resources. And then in the post-task, actually swapping their applications, checking the application of their peers, providing peer feedback. And then reflecting on their experiences, working with such resources, thinking about what they learned and what is important about this information, and then as a post task also looking at the language as well, so including that language work at the end. And there is also a growing body of literature about the use of tasks with technology in computer-assisted language learning settings. This can provide some additional opportunities for engagement with social-emotional domain and can be especially helpful for distant learning, for students who live in remote places, or when home education is required, such as during the pandemic. So Nicole Ziegler and her colleagues published a few papers and book chapters on that. So you can have a look at some examples here. And also my colleague from Curtin University, Associate Professor Julian Chen, has recently published this book on the use of virtual space called Second Life for language learning tasks. So just some other examples that may be used integrating technology here as well. Okay, so moving on to some examples from our studies, some perspectives from Australia, where with my colleague, Professor Rhonda Oliver, also from Curtin University, we surveyed school teachers who work in the intensive English centers about their perceptions and use of tasks in the context of ESL or ELD, as they say now, English as an additional language or dialect, teaching in primary and secondary schools. And the TESOL training of these teachers would include some explicit input about TBLT, although it varied according to how recently they had undertaken this training. And task-based approaches are also regularly covered during TESOL teacher in service courses in Australia, so all participants were familiar with it. But the use of tasks is not compulsory for these teachers, so it is their choice. And intensive English centers are essentially the classrooms for newly arrived ELD migrant students within mainstream schools. And students remain within these classes full-time for approximately 6 months to 12 months to enable them to socialize and develop the language, content understanding, and skills necessary for mainstream learning. So it was a post-implementation study where we found that teachers hold a variety of perspectives of and knowledge about tasks. And many of them used subject integration to combine linguistic outcomes and real-life situations. So they would be connecting mathematics, health, and science, and language. And for instance, one teacher described the environmental walk, integrating this with art, and also with literature and science, addressing outcomes pertinent to the age group she taught. And another teacher combined science, mathematics, measurement, with literacy by doing cooking and making a recipe book. They also covered topics highly discussed in Australian society, such as social justice, healthy eating, and one simple task on children living in the slums that we include in our published paper is presented on this slide, as also providing a lot of opportunities for social-emotional learning. In another project that Rhonda and I were working on in the south of Western Australia at an Aboriginal school that provides vocational training to high school students, the teachers are looking at the ways schooling can better prepare these young people for life. English is one of the key areas of instruction because most of the students grow up speaking an Aboriginal language of their community, and there were around 300 Aboriginal languages when Europeans first arrived here. And they also speak Aboriginal English now, a variety of English that has its own distinctive features and includes a lot of gestures and sounds like which means yes in some Aboriginal languages. However, they are expected to use standard Australian English to get a job and do their shopping, fill in the forms, and so on. So their maths teacher came up with an idea of a real-world task for them. They collect toy money for different achievements during the term, and then they have to choose a house to rent with their peer. In the task, the teacher developed to support their numeracy and literacy skills. Their life skills are also supported for when they graduate and have to rent a place with roommates, and they have to negotiate what items they would buy together. So in this task, they would have the catalogs, and they will look at different prices and options for a fridge, a sofa, a TV set, kitchen utilities, maybe a car if they decide to share it, and then what they would buy and in what order. However, the students had never been in such situation before because they came from family homes and remote communities, and they were boarding at that school, so they were not renting. It was hard for them to start negotiating, but they did need to learn how to do this for the future. So we modeled that conversation with the teacher. It appeared that a laptop was a priority for me because it is a key work tool and hence is a source of income. But a fridge was a priority for the teacher because without healthy food, we are not productive at work. And keep in mind, it is Australia, so it gets really hot, and it was a very reasonable choice. So we had to talk through that situation in order to make the final decision and have a respectful and productive conversation. So this example illustrates how embedded tasks can be if they target a specific group of students, specific needs, and the teacher has flexibility for spontaneous adjustment in response to the arising challenges. And again, how social-emotional learning can be incorporated. So far, I provided examples of needs analysis in EFL, English as a foreign language, and ESL or ELD, English as an additional language or dialect contexts. And another context we worked in was heritage language teaching. According to the census, over 6 million Australian residents were born outside Australia, and more than 300 languages other than English are spoken in the households nationwide. And the numbers are increasing. The education system is not able to cater for this vast variety of languages, so community language schools or heritage language schools respond to the demand of teaching heritage languages and cultures. A little bit about the Mongol school WA. It was the first Mongolian heritage language school in WA or Western Australia. Started in October 2021 at Curtin University, where I work. It was initiated by a young and growing Mongolian community in Perth, so that Mongolian children can learn their language and culture. And it was facilitated by a professor now, Sander Dovchin, my colleague in the School of Education here, and also our school's leadership, Professor Rhonda Oliver, and also Professor Jeff Brooks, who is the head of school at the moment. The school administration team was looking for resources and ideas for the curriculum development and also professional development of the volunteer teachers who work in the school. And they were asking, how can we make our lessons interesting and enjoyable? Which created this industry-driven demand for this project. And you can see some photographs here from the Curtin University classrooms that the school has been using ever since. What we did, we started with means analysis, unwittingly. We just would come to support the lessons and do some activities with the students, with children. We engaged with the community in their events that helped us better understand history, culture, and food, even learn about the native language script, because Cyrillic was in fact imposed on Mongolians by the Soviet regime. And you can see it here on one of the souvenirs I was given. It was a small souvenir mirror where there is a person on it, pictured on it, dressed in traditional Mongolian dress. And here is the traditional Mongolian script that actually is, it goes from top to the bottom instead of left to right or right to left. And then we did a formal needs analysis survey. So with that understanding, with that experience of engaging with the community, we developed a formal survey. We had 33 participants filling it in, teachers, students, and parents. And we asked about demographics, students' proficiency in Mongolian, the languages they use, their goals, their challenges, their favorite things about the school, interests and hobbies. We also provided workshops for teachers, and continuous collaboration throughout the year was happening, especially very actively at the start of the school. And we found some of the key things, the key kind of features, where there was mixed age and ability class at the start. Older students normally would have higher proficiency and they would speak Mongolian at home with their parents, but then younger students, younger children wouldn't want to speak Mongolian. As is often the case, they would speak English. But also we realized that our students, that these children are learning many languages at the same time. They would learn Korean, Italian, Indonesian in school, and so they were quite linguistically aware. There were also a range of goals that we found, that we discovered from this needs analysis, that students and their parents and the teachers had for these classes. They wanted to learn, or some improve or maintain the language so that they could use it to communicate with their family, say via Skype, to read and write and watch movies and do things like that, read books. They wanted to also learn more about Mongolian culture, traditions. They want to, again, read more of the Mongolian history. In addition to that, there was also the need to develop that sense of belonging, connection with their community. Also develop friendship, finding friends. And children wanted to learn about history and animals and culture of Mongolia and how to read faster. And there was a mix of different things that they wanted to learn. When asked about their favorite things about the school, they could write or draw pictures. And so there was Mongolian traditional food and drinks, again, making friends, very social, and belonging, again, and sense of community. We talk about emotional area here, and they wanted to express their creative identities as well. They want to draw and do different crafts, probably, and dance. There are a lot of Mongolian traditional dances as well. And so we wanted to choose topics that would be appealing to younger and older learners. As I mentioned, was a mixed age and ability class, something that related to their everyday life and would have strong connection to the Mongolian culture, and also allow for that artistic, creative approach. And so the first topic that we worked with was on clothing, from everyday outfits, connecting them to body parts, seasons, and preferences, to cultural outfits. And interesting moment there was that during pair work, one student created a rather unusual clothing set with a t-shirt placed on the head. And that was when they could create their own combination of clothing for different seasons and then explain that to their partner, who would not see their picture but would have to recreate it. And so here, this one, you can see it, a photograph of that in the left bottom corner of this slide. That was very unusual, and we just thought at first that maybe they're just, having fun, being silly. But then it turned out that it resembled the traditional Mongolian headpiece called gugu hat or bokta that you could see on that souvenir mirror that was given to me, and that is how basically I connected the two and realized that the student was basically using what they had, the pieces of clothing, the casual clothing, to recreate their cultural attire. The second topic focused on animals, starting with pets, then Mongolian traditional domestic and wild animals, and their role in household life, such as transportation, fabrics, and food processing. And you can see also that students worked in groups and in pairs, and they would listen to the teacher and recreate the traditional landscape with the yurt and traditional animals. They would also have to recreate the production cycle for the traditional food, making traditional food. They would discuss different types of cheese, for instance, and how to make it and what are the different ingredients and the order of their use in the process. They would read about traditional animals and fill in the chart and then exchange that information. They also went to the zoo and then had to decide which animal was the funniest or the strongest, the most interesting, and then they had to again collaborate, discuss, explain, reason, and come to a common conclusion. But what we could see again was very interesting, that students were drawn through these tasks to exploring more about their history and culture and talk more about it, not only during the lessons, but even at home, as we discovered later. So at the end of term 3, we asked students, parents and teachers what they think about tasks and using English and Mongolian in the classroom and outside. And from their responses, we could also see that social-emotional components were very important to them. And they actually came out really strongly. So the teacher said, one of the teachers said, every child took whatever suited them. We cannot expect all of them be exactly the same. So again, this understanding of diversity and the range of interests and needs and ability and goals, especially in such context as community language school, where children come from many different kind of levels of language proficiency and backgrounds, as in, some of them did their schooling in Mongolia and some were born here in Australia. Some had both parents Mongolian and some had one Mongolian parent and one international parent. And then one of the parents said, well, these tasks are very simple, but also very clever. I was surprised how much children already knew, but we just didn't realize. They did learn a lot. It was very productive. So it also helps understand how much students know already or how much they learn, because the focus is on meaning or how they can apply their knowledge to discuss or try to resolve these social emotional, deeper sort of level issues or questions at hand. And teachers and parents recognized that there was a lot of learning from peers and from parents, which is important, that it's not just the teacher who provides the information, but everybody is learning from each other. There was more pair group work used, and children became more willing to use Mongolian in different settings, not only during the school time. It improved their motivation to learn the language, their heritage language, and which is not normally the case. And tasks created a comfortable, familiar, friendly environment for them. They helped them develop a sense of belonging. So this is feedback that we received at the end of the project. There were visuals, a lot of visuals used, and obviously, you know, culture is very visual. There is a lot of there are a lot of symbols and meaning behind different patterns and colors involved. And then it was suggested that the school keeps doing needs analysis, makes it ongoing as more children were coming to join, and again from more different backgrounds, and students commented it was fun. They loved learning about the culture, especially about the culture, and making friends. All right, so I hope that what we have discussed so far makes sense, and we won't have the question and answer session at the end, but I will leave my email there, my contact, in case you would like to comment and or ask a question. And then now, in conclusion, what are some of the implications of what has been discussed? So we could see that there seems to be a lot of synergy between tasks, task-based needs analysis, and socio-emotional learning. Tasks offer a range of opportunities for socio-emotional learning in additional language, foreign language, and heritage language teaching and learning contexts. And these include focus on meaning, needs analysis, because sometimes it can be task-based teaching developed based on this analysis, or it can be task-supported with tasks used alongside other activities, sometimes even exercises, just not compromising the nature of task when the task is used. That sort of decision about the type of curriculum to use. And also task topics and materials, opportunity for reactive focus on arising issues, in addition to planning a certain discussion, student collaboration, critical thinking, and so on. Also, to maximize the opportunity, it is essential that tasks, TBLT, or task-based needs analysis, or task-informed, task-supported learning are appropriately contextualized. And whatever the context is, there is always a lot of information educators have to deal with, collect, and analyze that will inform their practices. And there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Developing sense of plausibility takes practice and time, but it is respectful, empowering, and rewarding. In one of my earlier publications, I provided some sort of an algorithms of questions to ask to decide whether to consider TBLT as an innovation for your classroom. At the stage of considering what change you want to see in your classroom, and this may be incorporating social-emotional learning, we can add a question here. Can tasks, so what changes are desirable, can tasks address the social and emotional needs and goals of my students? And you can use the discussion and examples in this presentation to help guide you in exploring this question. And then later, after the publication, I added this not now option, as some preparation may be needed before an idea that does seem appropriate, such as tasks or the use of tasks for social-emotional learning, can be successfully implemented. And I believe that this approach empowers teachers to make informed decisions, as well as to seek further information if they find it difficult to address these questions. So I hope that this has been helpful, and it will lead to some very productive discussions and decisions in the future. And here are some references used in this presentation. Some more references here. And finally, I would like to thank you all for your attention and say, let's stay in touch. Here is my email. Again, I will be happy to hear from you and to continue our discussion in the future. I would like to wish you all to enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you again.
Hey, dear participants, you could see Tetiana's email on the screen if you personally need it. So just let us know, and we will drop a line with her email. We will drop a line into the chat if you've got any questions to her. Let's say a huge thank you to Tetiana, a huge distant thank you to Tetiana Bogachenko back to Australia. And now we are ready to meet our next speaker. Yes, Tetiana, are we ready? Готові, так?
Yes.
So, dear participants, I'm really glad to introduce our next speaker and meet Maria VLACHOPOULOU from Greece, who is going to talk about the importance of teaching emotional intelligence in an ever-changing world. Hello, Maria.
Hello, everyone.
So the floor is yours. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I hope I didn't cause an inconvenience in the program. I had some technical problems. I'm very happy to be here with you today on such an important topic for everyone. I think all educators around the world. I'm going to share my presentation. So a few words for me. I am a primary school teacher. I work right now in a school with about 200 students with different origins. They're not all of them are Greek, but we have students with parents from many other countries like Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia, and other places, Albania. So I think what I have found during the last years is that emotional intelligence is a tool for me to work with them and let's say unite them. So I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes, it works.
Okay, okay. So oh no, what do I do? Sorry. It's like from the beginning. Okay. So during the last couple of years, we have been facing an unprecedented wave of violence at schools in Greece. Students nowadays are hyperactive, hypersensitive, and hyperaggressive. Teachers have to deal with fits of anger every day, conflicts and violent encounters on a daily basis. They're struggling to apply all their expertise to classroom management to no avail. The problem is multifaceted, and some of the reasons one can readily refer to is the COVID-19 pandemic, with the unnatural isolation that was imposed on us, the economic crisis, and the rise of the social media, of course. Also, the hyper busyness and the multitasking of the super busy society we all live in, the decrease in quality time with parents or significant others, and last but not least, the new technological era with artificial intelligence and all. So the world is rapidly changing. It may be difficult to change our students as their behavior is deeply rooted in a multitude of factors, but we can certainly help them deal with the difficult feelings and some problematic behaviors. So how can we do this? I think it's high time we started employing more SEL in our school curricula. So SEL, or social emotional learning, has been around for quite some years. In the mid-60s, Karen Stone introduced the term self-science at the newly established Nueva School as a curriculum and a process for teaching social and emotional skills. Self-science is one of the pioneers in social emotional learning. The book by Karen Stone, Annabelle Jensen, Joseph Friedman, and Marcia Rideout was first published in 1978 and continuously updated as a robust evidence-based approach to building emotional intelligence in schools. The theory was referred to as a model for emotional intelligence teaching in Daniel Goleman's Emotional Intelligence book, published in 1995, almost 20 years later. Goleman's book made emotional intelligence broadly known. Goleman starts his book with a quote by Aristotle: "Anyone can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, that is not easy. This is an indicator of emotional intelligence." According to Goleman, IQ contributes only 20% to a person's success. The rest, 80%, is attributed to EQ, emotional intelligence, which includes traits like self-awareness, patience and perseverance, resilience and adaptation to change, impulse control, empathy, and intrinsic motivation. Although Goleman made emotional intelligence known to the layman as his book is smoothly written and became a bestseller, the first who coined the term emotional intelligence were John Mayer and Peter Salovey in 1990. They defined it as the ability to monitor one's own and others' feelings and emotions, to discriminate among them, and to use this information to guide one's thinking and action. In 2000, Mark Brackett, a researcher for over 25 years, focused on the role of emotions and emotional intelligence in learning, decision-making, creativity, relationships, health, and performance. Brackett, the founding director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence and a professor in the Child Studies Center at Yale University, is the author of the best-selling book, Permission to Feel, which has been translated into 22 languages. In this book, Brackett introduced the mood meter, a tool to build greater emotional awareness. The tool is now also available in the How We Feel free app. He has also introduced Ruler, an evidence-based approach to social and emotional learning, an acronym for the 5 skills of emotional intelligence: recognizing emotions, understanding what caused them and the consequences of the emotions, labeling emotions with nuanced vocabulary, expressing emotions in accordance with cultural norms and social context, and regulate emotions with helpful strategies. This supports entire schools communities in understanding the value of emotions, building the skills of emotional intelligence, and creating and maintaining a positive school climate. And I quote, "Ruler aims to infuse the principles of emotional intelligence into the immune systems of schools, enhancing how students learn, teachers teach, families parent, and leaders lead. It has been proven to boost academic performance, decrease school problems like bullying, enrich classroom climates, reduce teacher stress and burnout, and enhance teacher instructional practices." And this is taken from the Mark Brackett site. The situation in Greece. However, most educators in Greece are still not acquainted with social and emotional intelligence. They may use some activities or techniques, but not in a systematic way. They may not even know that they are part of CEL. There is some material that can be connected to CEL, created for skills labs, a 2 to 3 hour subject, taught from 1st to 6th grade in primary schools. But you have a choice as a teacher as to what you want to teach from 4 basic subject matters, including well-being, environmental conservation, human rights, diversity and inclusion, and creative thinking. So some teachers may not even opt for it. 2 years ago, participated in the Erasmus Plus program TIMI, Training Emotional, Intelligent and Acceptant Mindsets, and was first a trainee and then a trainer for the teachers of my directory in Thessaloniki. Since then, I have been experimenting with applying emotional intelligence to my classes and observing the impact. Some of the conclusions I have come to during these 2 years are that teachers are showing much interest in CEL and want to know more about it. Students really enjoy it once they get to feel safe, because at first it's uncharted waters for them. And if I try to recall some moments with my students, at first they were like, oh, teacher, what are we doing? Is that English? Why do we have to talk about ourselves? And they're not even used to talk about themselves. Teachers learn to add some CEL in their teaching when they start learning more about it, because they are more aware of the need to include it in their lessons. And when they feel confident, they are ready to use it. Students learn to think, having some of the principles of CEL in mind, and apply them to their behavior. Both teachers and students feel closer to others, more willing to share, and less likely to laugh at. Communication becomes smoother and more effective. And I'd like to share an experience I had during this program last year with my 6th graders. So we were talking, I think, about feelings in general, because it was the start of the program. And one student stepped on a pin, and his shoe kind of, I don't know, was destroyed or something. So he started crying, and all the classroom turned to him and was looking at him, and he was saying, oh, this was so expensive, and how will I tell my mom what happened? So we stopped the lesson. I understood that this was the moment I had to grab, and we stopped the lesson, stopped everything we said at the time, and tried to feel how he felt. So what I asked the students to do was, everybody was saying, okay, it's okay, don't cry, you'll buy other shoes. And he was saying, no, these are expensive shoes. And I said, try to feel your classmates, his feelings, try to be in his shoes. And everybody really stopped for a moment and thought, and they started giving him some useful advice, like maybe you can mend it if you go to a shoemaker, or maybe, I don't know, they started trying to make him feel better. So I understood that this was a moment of really applying what they were learning. So before I share my ideas, I would like to cite a lesson by Karen McCown under the title Fearing the Hat, as narrated by Annabelle Jensen, who was at the time a new psychologist at Nueva and was asked to observe this lesson. The extract has been taken by 6seconds.org. So Karen began by defining fears. She mentioned that she was afraid of the dark, and the 6th grade students all laughed, for they were too old to be afraid of the particular topic. Karen then asked the students to suggest some other things of which someone might be afraid. I volunteered snakes, and several of the girls giggled, but agreed with me. No, said the boys. One young girl confessed she was afraid of going to live with her father, who had a new wife. 3 cheers, Waters indeed. Karen then distributed index cards and asked students to draw or name a fear that they had, but that they would like to conquer. For about 3 minutes, there was total silence as hands and pencils were busy with their illustrations and descriptions. Karen then asked the students to put cards with the fears written on them into a large black top hat, which looked like a magician's hat. She told them this particular hat had powerful properties. The students rolled their eyes at this comment, of course, that might help them reduce their fears. Notice she did not tell them they would be eliminated. She only told them they would be reduced. Students then were asked to draw out 1 card at a time. They decided to put some fun and excitement into the activity. They would act out the fear as they interpreted it, and then all of us would brainstorm ways to reduce control or subdue the fear. Because students were primarily drawing out someone else's fear from the hat, it was easier for them to act it out without embarrassment, and also to come up with at least one possible way to handle the issue. For example, Arthur read a card saying that he was afraid of strange cars driving up his driveway at night and someone entering his house. He lived in a large house surrounded by several acres of trees and bushes. Other students chimed in with similar stories and suggestions for how he might handle the problem. Someone suggested that he might play music so that he would not hear the creaks and groans of the house. Intriguing that the very fear of the dark that Karen mentioned at the start, at which the students first scoffed, was now being treated with thoughtfulness and care. Another student recommended that he leave on a nightlight, so when he woke up, he would be able to see more clearly and be less disoriented. A third individual wondered if he had a dog. She said she slept soundly every night because her dog was devoted to her and would never let anything happen to her. As the lesson progressed, it was interesting to see the shivers at the beginning of the lesson turn to giggles. Someone even suggested that telling yourself a joke in the middle of the night might make you feel better. A girl expressed that she had previously thought that she was alone with her fears because her older sister had told her to grow up. Now she knew differently and was willing to try a couple of the suggestions presented. A particularly insightful child said, "I wonder if our fears have lessened because we have been willing to name them." Many years later, neuroscience would clarify that naming our emotions would calm the amygdala. Isn't that interesting? Karen made some summary statements about fears and asked if 2 or 3 of the students would be willing to identify some specific action steps on their particular fears and then report on their progress next week. I wish I had been there to observe the follow-up data. So, there are 5 principles of emotional intelligence. Before I start sharing my ideas I have used with my classrooms to promote emotional intelligence, I'd like to mention them. So first, there is the self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand your moods and emotions and how they affect others. Then there is self-regulation, the ability to control impulses and moods and think before acting. This is the stop. We use the stop technique for this. It's if you stop when something happens and you don't react to it and think, give some time to yourself to calm down and think about what happens. You don't react to what happens, but you respond to it. You have the choice to respond to it. The internal or intrinsic motivation. So this is something not many people have, and it can be taught. It's to being driven to pursue goals for personal reasons instead of some kind of reward. Because as we know, this technique of rewarding kids with any kinds of rewards has been used in the past, and I can say it's also used in our days too. Someone has to have this strong internal motivation as opposed to the external motivation. Empathy, the ability to recognize and understand others' motivations, which is essential for successfully building and leading teams. And last but not least, social skills, the ability to manage relationships and build networks. Now, let's see some of the ideas I have been using in the classroom with my students from 1st to 6th grade. I like using literature in my classes, mostly with my younger ones. So I use this book to talk about feelings. It's called Crying is Like the Rain. It's by Heather Feinberg. Comparing crying to the rain is something that can help children understand how easily feelings change and that all feelings are acceptable. It can also prepare them to embrace all feelings, whether easy or hard. You can find this one in a flip book or as an audio book on YouTube. And I have prepared a worksheet on it. So I think some of the basic, and one of the basic quotes in the book, you will find in the book, is that feelings are like the weather. We are not our feelings. Feelings come and go. So this is a worksheet I have prepared. So first you can ask your students to brainstorm about feelings and types of weather, and have 2 columns on the board. And after you are done with this, you can ask them if they can compare some feelings to some types of weather. For example, if someone is happy, what kind of weather would we match to this person? And after we read the book, and I ask them to write down words according to topics, to categories, feelings and weather. Sometimes the same words are used about feelings and the weather. So again, it's obvious how they can be related. And then there is a gap filling exercise. Well, with 2 parts, it describes the storm and whether the storm is a big one, a serious one, or a small and mild one. And the students have to fill in the gaps. There are also some similes about the weather and our feelings. How we handle our feelings may resemble to some natural phenomena or the weather. And I have a question for them in the end. So they have to think about, after the rain falls down, the earth feels fresh and new. How does a person feel after crying? Also, there are some quotes worth remembering, like, we need our tears as the earth needs the rain. Feelings are not meant to keep inside. They are meant to be felt, to flow through as like rainwater. And we can learn to express and share our feelings in ways that are safe for everyone. With my young students, we also use worksheets, different worksheets to illustrate feelings like, for example, the wheel of emotions. At this stage, students are aware of the basic feelings, although I must say this happens for older students as well. They only understand the variety of different feelings when we start using the mood meter. So they had their own emotions wheel to illustrate the emotions. They also, we also use popular songs to learn to recognize the facial expressions we make according to the feelings. One such example is "This is my happy face." I think it's a well-known kid song. Also, we make up our own faces with parts of the face I give to students. So I give them these slips of paper with parts of the mouth and parts of the eyes, and they combine them. And then they ask the students to recognize the feeling shown in the pictures. One of their favorite, we play charades to guess the feelings. Okay. On the International Day of Happiness in March, we talk about what makes us happy. And we have a conversation. It's first grade, so I write their responses down in Greek, and we glue them to a poster. So, for example, some kids, I'll give the answers of some kids. Someone said, I'm happy when I get and hold a balloon. Someone else said, when I play PlayStation and Formula, when I go to the park. Another girl said, when we love, I feel happy when I love someone and when I get toys. And other such ideas. We also drew what makes us happy. So for a girl here, there are many, in the first picture, there are many things that make her happy, like going to a hotel or shopping, or ordering something from a popular online firm. Here we have Tom and Jerry, going to the playground, the rainbow, and friends and family. Before I go to this, there is also another one, mixed up slides. We also play board games. They love board games like Memory and Snap, and we have a good time. And now I'm going to talk with my older students about what I do with my older students of 6th grade. This is a video, Alfred and his shadow. It's about educational, about emotions. It was written by a psychologist from Norway, if I'm not mistaken. And it is really ideal for discussing feelings extensively. If, I don't know if I can share just a little bit. Here it's with Greek subtitles, but it's in English, of course.
Scary feeling inside. Emotional reactions through experience. All your negative experiences can turn into a big, black, and scary feeling inside. You learned many of your emotional reactions long ago. Your black shadow will therefore sometimes resemble a person who hurt you in the past. But your emotional experience and reactions can always be changed or altered. First.
Okay. This is about 6 minutes, I think. I particularly like this because it also refers to trauma, or it refers to situations we've been through when we were children, and create this inner voice who makes us feel either guilty or scared. And I like the meaning of the video that says that all this can be changed if you realize what is happening. For this video, I have again prepared a worksheet. It's really a really nice video, but it's also kind of difficult. So I try to, after we watch it once, I try to go, let's say, to split it in parts and work on different parts one at a time, and focus on the meaning. Sometimes I also use Greek because I feel that it is so important for students to express themselves exactly, and sometimes we cannot do that at this age, of course, in the second language. So this is this gap filling for comprehension mostly, and there is also the useful vocabulary which they can refer to. And let's see how we can work with the mood meter to train our students to try and recognize their feelings. If they learn to do it on a daily basis, they will learn to get in touch with their feelings more and process them better with time. So according to Brackett, let's go back to this, feelings are divided in 4 categories, each one represented by a different color. So red here describes the high energy feelings, but unpleasant. The yellow describes the yellow describes the high energy again, but pleasant feelings. The blue describes low energy and unpleasant, and the green describes the low energy and pleasant. So a way to find how you feel at the moment of doing the test is to give a number from -5 to +5 to your energy, that is the vertical line, and again do the same from -5 to +5 for your pleasantness. This means how pleasant you feel at the moment, and where these two numbers meet is how you feel. For example, if I put a number 3 in energy and a number 2 in pleasant, 3, let's say, in pleasantness, I can't make out number 2, the feeling is happy. So with this tool, students can learn to be more aware of feelings and also think why they feel like this and what they can do to handle difficult feelings. These are some mood meters they have created themselves. It was like at the beginning of the project, and I tried to make them acquainted with the tool. But later on, we had this mood meter reflection worksheet, and they had to write. It can ideally be used at the beginning of the lesson, at the end of the lesson, so that students can see maybe their progress or maybe their change of emotions and feelings. So they write the energy level and the pleasantness level here. They find the adjective on the table, how I feel about today, and the reason for my rating. They're trying to work and process the feeling and understand why they have this feeling. If it is something unpleasant from the unpleasant side, what can I do to feel better? And in the end, something new I learned today connected to the feelings. So I've got a couple of, I've got 4 worksheets by students. And for example, this girl here has got a blue. We also had a sticker at the end, according to the color of their feeling. You see, mostly students were in the yellow side, which means high energy, but pleasant feelings in general. So this student here had a blue one, and she justified why she was not very well as she's writing, and she was disappointed because she had a quarrel with her mother the day before, and in the box about what can I do to feel better, she wrote, my mother should give me my phone back. So it's really clear. Or another student here, what can I do to feel better? Nothing, because he's kind of, you know, in the yellow side. It's pleasant feelings. He doesn't want to do anything to change that. Another video I like using for both younger and older students is the short film Alike by Daniel Martins and Lara and Rafa Cano Mendes. It's a you know, I think it has many awards. It's no words, a short film about 8 minutes. Again, everybody can talk about it. I mean, younger and older students. It makes it is a good it is a good film about again, noticing, recognizing feelings, and also connecting them with colors, as Brackett does. Another worksheet I have created is about mixed feelings, because there were many times that students said, you know, teacher, I don't know how I feel. I think it's not one feeling. And this is very usual for all of us. Sometimes the feelings are mixed. And usually the feelings are mixed when we are, where we face difficult situations. So the task was a role play task. They had a number, I think you can see 5 situations here, but actually there were 6. For example, a situation could be you and your best friend have taken exams for a scholarship in a very expensive school. You get the scholarship, but your friend doesn't. How you would possibly feel? So you have to recognize your feelings. You have to express how you would feel. Why would you feel this way? It's justifying your emotion. Of course, you'd be happy. Of course, you'd be excited because it's something good that happens to you. And what do you think you would say or do? This was the difficult part. I mean, when it comes to saying or doing, they had to think about their friend as well. So they had to try and get in their friend's shoes, and they had to show some empathy. And most of the children showed some empathy and said, okay, yes, maybe some children said I wouldn't go because my friend didn't get in the school. Of course, we know that's not a realistic answer. It's very sentimental, but they had to think about their friend as well. So I think this was one of the activities they really liked because they had a lot of feelings to process. Of course, there is a lot of materials on the internet. There is also some materials I haven't included because it will take much more time than this. So, for example, I have found these 2 worksheets about Inside Out, which is about learning more and more adjectives to describe our feelings. According to Mark Brackett, there are 114 feelings in his mood meter. So there is a variety. They are more than the basic 4 or 5 children can name when you ask them. Also, I would like to close with this, to close my presentation with this. It's about a new twinning project, which I designed yesterday within the frames of the program of emotional intelligence. It was EQ. It was called EQ Superheroes. Some of the materials mentioned in these presentations were used. The partners were Turkey, Lithuania, and Spain, and it was really an amazing experience. And I truly believe that, as Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This has been my motto through my teaching career, and I really think that our mission as educators is not only teach academic skills, but teach self as well. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Maria. The presentation was really great. A lot of practical ideas and useful ideas we can apply in our classrooms. Yeah, you can see some thanks in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can always contact me. This is my email. You can find me on LinkedIn, and also there is a blog I've been running for years. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, maybe I have one small question to Maria.
Yes.
Concerning her speech. So Maria, how does using these social and emotional learning principles at your classroom affects you personally? Because it's pretty difficult to manage to cope with your own emotions by dealing with emotions with your students. You know what I mean? What do you do to avoid the burnout? Because it is difficult to deal with the emotions of other people, especially when they are kids.
Yes, so this is a very interesting question. And it is true, of course, because also being a mother of three, it's it's really difficult to do so. But I think what makes it worth it is is how the children see you after having applied some of these activities. I mean, they see you differently, and they feel I don't want to say grateful, but they feel like a new window has been opened, and I think that the bond gets so stronger between you and your students, and that it's really worth it. It's really worth it. You get, I mean, this is what you get from it, the reward.
Yeah, you are right. It's really worth it. So thank you one more time. Any other questions to Maria?
Of course, if there is.
Okay, you can anyway, you can contact Maria anytime.
Yeah, anytime.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
yes, and now we are ready to give the floor to our next speaker. And this is our incredible guest, Rosemary, from the USA. It is a very, very early morning at her place. Yes, it is not even 5 a.m. yet. Yeah, it's around 5.
About 5:22. Yeah, I already got the cat
Oh,
in bed and everything.
sorry.
So.
Oh, incredible, Rosemary. So let me introduce Rosemary a little bit. Rosemary is a great friend of Ukraine. She's volunteering for Go Camp and other projects, including some online teaching online classes for the students from Kyiv, Cherkasy, Smila, Khmelnytsky, and at the moment, Rosemary is doing a research on resilience, formation. Am I right, Rosemary? So correct me if anything.
Yeah.
So Rosemary is going to talk about how can we create a classroom environment that encourages second language acquisition using sociocultural theory and collaborative guidance. So, Rosemary, the floor is totally yours.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Tetiana said, my name is Rosemary. And so basically, the whole journey of second language acquisition and creating this classroom environment where we're promoting emotional intelligence and pulling on the sociocultural theory really started when the war began. A friend of mine in Cherkasy, this was completely separate from my volunteer work. She texted me and said, Rosie, I just need help. I need someone to help me start teaching about resilience. And I was like, oh, okay. So what started off as a favor to a friend has turned into a 2.5 year of using second language to build resilience, to build a very vibrant classroom using second language acquisition, and figuring out how learning a second language can really reset the brain. So we're going to talk about some practical classroom ideas, and then you're also going to participate, so get ready because we're about to do a Kahoot. And then we're also going to do a couple activities that not only encourage using second language, but also help nurture emotional intelligence. So what I'm going to do is, before I share the screen, we are going to do a Kahoot. And part of the purpose of this is we're going to go later on after I do more of an introduction of myself and everything like that. I'm going to show you how to use these in a more practical and effective way. But first, I need to share the screen. And also, while I am presenting, if you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask during the presentation. That is absolutely fine. Okay. So the link is in the chat. And we're going to do a mood check-in. And as we can see, with the theme with our conference has been emotional intelligence and socio-emotional learning. So this is all going to tie in. Beautiful. We got a lot of participants today. All right, let's get going. Okay. So as you can see, I have this first in Ukrainian, but then I also have it in English as well. That way, the students have their home language and their second language side by side. So, який у вас сьогодні настрій? What is your mood today? Готові до робити і сумно, я не хочу працювати. Нам сьогодні потрібно працювати. All right, we got a lot of people ready to work, and somewhere, uh-oh, we have to work today. Oh no. Okay, so file this in the back of your Rolodex. Okay, and we are going to move on to our presentation. Okay, so the theme of this presentation is what I like to call mental maintenance, because language is thought, and it is basically thought that is expressed. So we are using language to build socio-emotional skills through second language acquisition, maximizing the sociocultural learning theory. And right here, I'll give you a few seconds. This is my contact information if you need it, or if you need to contact me after the presentation. I'm always available to help you out. Okay, so our objectives for today, first is to understand simple classroom practical activities to nurture emotional intelligence in the classroom, and then understand how second language acquisition can help build a better mindset in yourself as a teacher and your students. So we're gonna start off about talking about second language learning, how it helps build this resilient mindset. How do you go back and use that Kahoot mood check-in and Mentimeters that a little more effectively? And we're going to go into a little bit about sociocultural theory and language learning. Then we're going to do a activity called Maslow's self-inventory activity. Then we'll have a summary and a brief question and comment session if we have time. So a little bit about myself, as Tetiana already said, I'm a volunteer for Go Global. I've been doing a lot of work with Ukraine since 2019. Currently, I run speaking clubs in Austin, Texas for a group of refugees from Ukraine, and they are the best part of my week. I see them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we just played a really fun game called Alibis. And it was so much fun to watch their language explode. And just them really start talking. However, I also do things like Irish dance and ballroom dancing as a hobby, but I do focus on building resilience and emotional intelligence through expressing emotions, creativity through second language learning. I too am a second language learner. I'm learning Ukrainian. And it was through my own experience of learning Ukrainian and teaching English as a second language that I started to realize that I have a tremendous opportunity to learn how to retrain my mind by allowing myself to be influenced by other cultures like the Ukrainian culture to really rebuild my own mindset. So teaching this activity back 2 years ago, 2.5, almost 3 years ago, for my students in Cherkasy, when it came to resilience, it forced me to start implementing a lot of these things about resilience to myself, because I did not feel it was fair to my students to teach them something I was not practicing. So this really gave me the opportunity to grow and learn as an individual. Hence why my new Instagram name is now the Mindset Language Fairy instead of just the Language Fairy. Okay, so let's get into this. So how does learning a second language build a resilient mindset? This is like really interesting because we don't think about this. We just think of second language as I'm learning how to communicate. That's it. But we forget that learning a second language greatly impacts the way we think, because a culture's language is a reflection of that very culture, how they express it, what they express. One of my favorite expressions in Ukrainian is "Nechai bude tak," let it be so. If you put that in contrast with the expression in American English, it is what it is. Nechai budatak, let it be so, is a softer form of acceptance. It's I guess, a very deeper form of acceptance of a situation as opposed to it is what it is. It is what it is. That expression is very much on the negative. And there's not a lot of hope that comes with that saying. But on the other hand, by just learning how to say, let it be so, and allowing that expression from Ukrainian to influence the way I see the world and accept my situation, it's created a whole new outlook for me. So when it comes to trauma, survivors who are actually able to overcome the more potent effects of trauma do receive the following after the event: comfort, care, and their experiences are validated. And they have consistency and structure. So learning a new language, we're all language teachers, so we know that the key to learning language is structure and consistency. By engaging in a new language, the brain and the nervous system actually have been provided an opportunity to create brand new parameters and safety within a new linguistic context that can be applied to their native language later on. So as I use the example with the Ukrainian phrase, "Nechai budatak," I learned it in Ukrainian, and now I'm applying it to my own native language and the way I communicate. Learning a new language gives the brain an opportunity to reset itself. So what's really interesting is that neuroscientists have discovered that we can literally create new neural pathways in our brains. How amazing is that? Like, we can literally reprogram our brain the same way we reprogram a computer. So when you're learning a new language, your brain is creating new neural pathways and creating new grooves in your brain. And doing this even when you are in a state of high anxiety, adversity, you're actually giving the brain a new opportunity to look at the situation in a completely different way, which ties into a resilient mindset. As said before, language is essentially thinking out loud. So by learning a new language, we are essentially learning a new way to think. So resetting the brain. One thing that we want to talk about is that by the time we start learning a second language, unless we have children, like very young learners, growing up in like a bilingual school or something like that, generally by the time we have started learning a new language, we have developed unhealthy mindset patterns, okay? This is influenced by our culture. It's influenced by our physical surroundings, family, friends, social circles, and what have you. And sometimes we don't know that we have until we start learning a new language. We've also developed some unhealthy verbal expressions as expressive patterns. So through learned communication, we've repeated expressions that are accepted by society that may not be the healthiest. So as we go back to the American English expression, it is what it is. It's really not, it sounds good, you know, it sounds like we've accepted the situation, but it's very apathetic. And actually, that takes a toll on your personal energy, on your thoughts, on your moods. And that's, we get these unhealthy expressions. So when we're resetting the brain, we're now going to reestablish new and healthier thinking and speaking habits. Okay, so we're going to let this other language sort of infiltrate our old way of thinking and speaking. So our second language, it's going to present a tremendous opportunity for growth in reestablishing healthier thought patterns and verbal expressions. Every time we learn a new skill, a new groove is etched into our brain, and those are the new pathways. And then we also have healthier verbal and written expressions. Languages outside of our mother tongue offer brand new ways of expressing ourselves in our own language. The former, it's still, So just as I used the Ukrainian version, the Ukrainian expression, "Nechai bude tak," but also in Scots Gaelic. That's my other language. That's my third language I'm learning. This expresses love in very different ways. Okay, so in English, like for American English, we're not going to write a letter saying love of my heart or love of my soul. However, when I learned how to express love in Scots Gaelic, like Gra Mukri or Mabungale, which means my eternal love, it completely changed the way I look at love. So, a practical idea for the classroom, and this is something that I work on for myself by creating new associations, and that's resetting my speaking. So some unhealthy statements you may hear in your students' native tongue, or maybe even starting in their second language. But you may hear like, something is wrong, I'm struggling, I'll always be traumatized. If I don't dress nicely, then no one is going to like me. This task is too big for me, I'm so overwhelmed. We also hear students say, I can't do it, it's too difficult for me. Okay, so in their second language, you're going to teach them how to speak in a healthy way. Okay, I'm struggling, but struggling is normal. That's a healthier way of expressing. Another way, when we go back to here, I'll always be traumatized. Yes, trauma is a part of me right now, but I can still live my life and heal. When we're learning a second language, we have to concentrate even more than we do in our native language. Our native language has become second nature. But when we're working on a second language, we have to really make a conscientious effort to remember and communicate. And this is why learning a second language is so powerful. And by reinforcing this as teachers in the classroom, we can create a classroom culture where the students are helping each other out. And by getting the classroom to speak and phrase things in healthier ways than just the textbook phrases that we're told to teach, you are now not just creating a classroom that will be speaking a second language, but also a class that will also be providing peer support. Another way to counter this unhealthy statement, if I don't dress nicely, I am a worthwhile person. I will dress in a way that is comfortable for me. Or this task is too big for me. I'm so overwhelmed. This is a big task. That's accepting the task for what it is. Let's break this down into smaller pieces so I won't become overwhelmed. All right. So opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. Despite the hardship, danger, and uncertain circumstances, we are in the midst of a tremendous opportunity for growth as educators, students, and citizens. Yes, the children's brains, they are developing within the context of a deeply traumatic event. If your students are over in Ukraine or whatever country you may be teaching in. However, the opportunity is in how we teach our children to think and speak and frame their experience, whether we are teaching a second language or Ukrainian or Greek or whatever language. We can use the second language to retrain them how to speak and think about their situation, and that's what's going to create resilience. Resilient people, they do more than just carry on. They're also looking at their situation from a healthier standpoint. Do they recognize that there are things going on that they wish weren't happening? Yeah, absolutely. However, instead of seeing the situation as something happening to them, they're going to look at the situation as an opportunity to either grow, move forward, maybe make their dreams come true, and move on that way too. So it's not just so much physical actions, it's also in how they think about themselves and the way they move forward. We have that chance to do that as a language teacher. Okay, so just a brief review. Remember, to overcome trauma and build resilience, we need comfort care, validation, consistency, and structure and predictability. Validation, if it's, I'm sorry, when we're hearing another person validate our experiences, this really helps tremendously because now the individual doesn't feel so alone in their experience. We can do this using English, okay, or the second language that they're learning. Plus, there's no emotional attachment yet to that second language. So it actually gives them a break from the emotions when discussing what they're going through in that second language. And learning this new language can help give them the tools that perhaps they didn't learn in their native language. Then they can transfer it to their native language when they are ready. Consistency. We all know to master a new language, we have to be consistent. Well, this practice, along with other practices, it creates new neural pathways that the brain actually needs to recover. So even if language learning is the only source of consistency that student gets, that's going to do them so much more justice than not having any consistency or structure at all. This is also why school is so vitally important in wartime or during any kind of adversity, because if the social structures break down around them outside of the school, they have that. The same goes with churches. This is why people flock to the churches during times of great need, because the church is always there. So they always know that if everything breaks down around them, they can count on going to the church. And this ties into structure and predictability. Language is organized into sounds, symbols, expressions, idioms, euphemisms, you name it. Learning in such an organized way creates the structure and predictability the brain and the nervous system need for recovery. All right, sociocultural theory. Okay, so now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this. Lev Vygotsky's theory of childhood development stresses that social interaction and cultural factors affect cognitive, especially language development. Three major concepts go into this, and we're not going to get too deep into it because I want to practice it more than lecture about it. But we have cultural specific tools. Those are social technologies like social media, AI, cultural signs and symbols. Private speech, that's our inner thoughts and internal dialogue. And a big one, the zone of proximal development. This is what's really going to help us as teachers in the classroom. This is the difference between what the learner can do without help and then the help of a teacher or a skilled learner. So when it comes to this in the classroom and building that classroom environment that is supportive and resilient and moving forward in their second language, we want to maximize cultural specific tools. We want to leverage these tools so that students are so accustomed to using. Use the Padlet, use the AI. AI is a great tool to teach them how to communicate specifically. So what I like to do with Padlet is have the students go to the I can't draw feature and have them communicate to AI a picture that ties in with the theme of what we are discussing. And if that picture is accurate to the theme that we were discussing, that lets me know that the students have command of the language. But students nowadays, they get AI, they understand that. So you leverage those types of tools, even if you're more of a traditional teacher that doesn't want to rely on technology, the students get that. And that's going to help them really pull on the second language. If we talk specifically about Ukraine, cultural signs and symbols, the Truzub, Taras Shevchenko, Mentimeter, Kahoot, these are things that students in Ukraine are very accustomed to. They know this, they know what it means to them. And you can use that to really start building your classroom environment and not only continue to reinforce Ukrainian culture, but also use it to build their second language. Private speech. Humans, this is where we struggle, okay? And that's to process the internal dialogue taking place. And this is when we're going to do Maslow's activity. So using resilience building activities, primarily creative projects, this will enable students to verbally express their private speech and make their second language feel more natural. So when I work with like my refugees, we do talk about emotions and we talk about it using English. We do things like we did a support tree where my members, they did this, like, it looks like a family tree, but it's all the people that support them that they know they can talk to. And they were able to open up about their feelings about Ukraine and how they miss home and everything like that. And it was done in a safe, private space where that they were able to express these things. But if you give them a project to do, it's a lot easier to transfer as opposed to just sitting there and saying, let's talk about our feelings. Zone of proximal development. Okay, so in our classroom, we have students of all different levels, and leveraging this gift will do the following. First, it provides peer support. If you have advanced students, let them help the students who are struggling, because they can often communicate in a way that sometimes us as the teachers, maybe we're not getting through to them. But let the peers talk to one another and help each other, because you're building bonds in the classroom. It is also strength that we build as a community. Resilience and language are two things that cannot be done in isolation. You have to have community in order to learn language and to build resilience. And it challenges the most advanced learners. So we have to remember, language is social, okay? Vygotsky, hit the nail right on the head. Culture and our surroundings and the people that we're surrounded with greatly influence our language expression. Language learning and resilience equal connection. Without connection, you cannot develop language and you cannot build resilience. We have to talk, right? And building resilience is also social. It cannot be built in isolation, just like language cannot be mastered in isolation. Understanding that cognitive development and healing all take place in a social environment and are influenced by our culture, physical environment, values, and beliefs, we can take language learning to a whole new level. So this is where you want to bring in the native speaker volunteers. You want to get them out in situations where they have to use that second language. Even, things like watching YouTube and even watching comedians, that's where you really want to use the social aspect of language. Also, language is collaboration. Collaborative guidance is essentially teachers cooperating with different departments to achieve a common goal. So in English, we want to help build fluency, but also teaching content like English for specific purposes is also the optimal opportunity to meet this goal. So here I have an example. So let's say we want to focus a unit on science, right? Well, let's collaborate with the science department. As much as I love science, I need to go to a science teacher to get the vocabulary that I need if I want to teach about, I don't know, space or something like that. So they help with the specific vocabulary. And even if it's in the native language, you can translate it over into English. And then now students are not only just learning science, but they're also learning vocabulary and they're building fluency. So it's no longer the textbook expressions that they're learning, but they're now learning how to express language contextually, which will also help build fluency. Okay, so remember that Kahoot mood check-in that we did, okay? So before I move on, actually, because I know I'm moving pretty fast, does anybody have any questions up until this point? Does anybody have any questions? I'm taking that as a no? Okay.
I think maybe we will have some questions at the end. Yeah?
Okay. Okay. So we did this mood Kahoot check-in. Now, what happens a lot of times with teachers, and this even came from my own mistakes that I made in the beginning, was we would do the mood check-in and then we would forget about it and move on. So I did what I did on purpose to show that that's kind of basically what happens when we do these Kahoot check-ins and stuff. We sort of just take the read and then move on, like we didn't even do it. Well, the students don't get anything out of that, and the teachers, we're not getting anything out of that. It's almost like busy work, just for the sake of doing an activity and killing time, and you don't want to do this. You want to maximize it. So how do we use this? Well, we can use this as a pre-class warm-up, and sometimes that will lead into your discussion for the day. So even if you had something planned, but the students want to talk about their moods, run with it because it needs to be spoken about. So here's some things. First of all, doing a mood Kahoot check-in, that's going to establish routine, order, and predictability. Then you get the temperature of the room, okay? So the temperature of the room, as I have over here, you're going to be able to tell where your classroom's at. Are they apathetic and depressed for the day? Are they lacking motivation and tired? Maybe they're happy and motivated. Maybe the classroom's a little angry and tense. So this is going to help you know how to approach your students for the day. If the temperature is high, then okay, maybe we need to do some talking. Maybe we just need to quietly work on things today. Maybe tone down the social interactions. Maybe no group work or something. But if they're happy and motivated, hey, now you know what energy to bring to the classroom. So you basically know your starting point. And as educators, it's obviously first and foremost our responsibility to set the tone of the class. However, when we start responding to the temperature of the room, the students will begin to feel understood, and most importantly, they will feel heard. And this is what we want more than anything. Okay, so we are going to do an activity. This is called the support tree activity. And so this support tree activity I developed last year. And as I described it before, it's a lot like a family tree, or if the way I designed it, it's more of a mind map, if you will. And what the object of the support tree is it is designed to help students see visually where their support comes from. I did this for myself actually because I was feeling very much alone. And what happened was it showed me that I actually have a lot of support, not just here in the United States, but even on the other side of the ocean, which is very encouraging. And students and even teachers as adults, we need to have that visual. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this. If Canva decides to cooperate with me, there we go. So in the chat, I'm going to put the link in, and you will have permission to edit. In fact, everyone can choose their own support tree after I describe what's going on here. So as you can see here, Rockabilly Rosie, this is an alter ego I created when the war started as well. So I don't really change it because she's near and dear to my heart. However, what I included on my support tree is, so the middle is me. I am the trunk. And then these are my branches. So I have friends, more friends, colleagues. I even have Go Camp and community and my family and even places. So I tell students places as well are great for support. We don't think about that, right? So I have my cat, I have the Gulf of Mexico, the San Gabriel River. Anya, she's my daughter. And then as you can see, I have all my friends, colleagues, and then even professional and creative organizations that I'm a part of. So what you can do is you can choose a support tree. Oops. And begin to make your own support tree. So here, let me share the screen. So if you're not familiar with how to use this or what to do, what you can do is come over here to the text boxes, or you can just duplicate this and then start making, and then move them over to create your support tree. So here you put your name and then all the different branches. So like family, you can organize it, family, friends, work, places, etc., etc. And then in the smaller squares, that will be the more specific. So I'll give you about 2 or 3 minutes to kind of do a little rough draft of one. And then if someone would like to share, you are more than welcome to.
Я перепрошую, я так зрозуміла, чи, мабуть, у нас лише перегляд. Ми не можемо там нічого робити. Так, колеги? Чи це лише у мене так?
No, you can, I think, you can do something. Я думаю, можна там вставляти, зліва є там літера Т, текст. So you just use that text button on the left.
Mm-hmm. So go over to the text.
I
Right
tried.
here.
A little bit challenging, you know,
Yeah.
just to work with the new tool.
Mm-hmm. So what you can do is come over here, like there's already something written, you can just start editing from there, highlight it, and then yeah, if you've joined the Canva presentation, you can scroll down to your own page and then come over here to text, and then you can choose one of these text boxes and begin filling in.
No, Rosemary, I think everyone is just struggling a little bit, yeah, with technical issues.
Okay, well, we'll move on. So, going back to our presentation.
I think we get the main idea of doing that. Yes, it's just difficult to do it right now.
Yeah. So the idea of the support tree is basically designed to help students and participants to visually see the support that you have at your disposal, as you saw in the example. You also learn that support, it manifests in different forms. So as you saw with mine, you saw that it wasn't just people, it was also my pet. It was also places as well. So the objective is that they understand how to create a support tree and then use it to help themselves during difficult times. So you have them hang it in their bedroom or private space that they can go to and look at. Students will also explore different sources of support, and then they'll understand how to create a support tree and help them use it during difficult times. It's also, also it's crucial to take time for the students to reflect on activities like this. So going back to expressing private speech, you can either have them express this verbally, but if they feel like it's too personal, have them journal. So even writing in their second language, which is a skill they need to learn anyways, they can also learn how to write, they can also learn how to express their private speech in written form. Then there's also reflective questions that you want to ask them, like, what does support mean to you? Who were the first people or places that came to your memory when you started this activity? Were you surprised by how much support you have, or do you feel the same? How can you use the support tree to help you in the future? How can nature and some of our favorite places be a source of support? So questions like these are very thought-provoking questions to help them engage in the activity. Okay, so once again, this is just an example of that support tree. Now we're going to talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This was one of the first resilience building activities that I did when I started teaching this, when the war started. And so there's a few things that we need to look at. First of all, life is overwhelming. With or without difficult times, there's a lot going on. And so our students may be feeling like they're struggling with too much. But the reality is that they really haven't sat down to visually see what they have and do not have. So the objectives of this self-inventory, and it's based off of Maslow's pyramid, is to apply the knowledge of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and their pyramid to their self-inventory, and then to learn how to take a practical inventory. Like if you sit down and honestly think to yourselves, how often do you sit down and look at what you have versus what you don't have? We don't really take the time to do that, and we're so overwhelmed, and sometimes it takes getting sick, maybe a pandemic where we're in lockdown and we have no choice but to sit down and think. We don't really sit down and think about that, and then we think we either don't have enough or we have too much. And if we sat down and looked at what we had, we'd realize we're actually doing pretty good. So the directions in this is the students write the needs in each box that have already been met or in the process of being met, and then look at the needs that they don't have, and then write them in a blank space, and then brainstorm ways to get those needs met. So this is designed to help students and participants once again visually see that even though the backdrop of their life is less than perfect, they have a visual tool to help them reinforce the progress they are making in their lives despite unpredictable circumstances. It's crucial for students to reflect on an activity, especially like this one, okay? Other reflective questions. after completing this activity, how do you feel about your current circumstances? Are you more encouraged, discouraged, feel the same? How can this help you set healthy goals for the future? So if you need to teach students how to do goal setting in your class, this is a perfect activity to not only encourage second language acquisition, but you're building resilience and you're teaching them practical life skills. And is there anything about the self-inventory that surprised you? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share real fast just what this activity looks like. And if you would like a copy of it, please email me and I would be more than happy to share it with you. We'll give our computer time to load. So if you're already familiar with Maslow's heart pyramid, we know that this is broken down into basic needs, safety, love and belonging, and esteem, and then finally self-actualization. So what you have the students do is you have them write out in each box what needs need to be met, what needs are met. Let's see. So over here, another basic need is housing. And my computer's acting very slow today. I apologize. So in the context of, let's say, Ukraine, safety right now, things that may go into these circles may be something like the bomb shelters, the metro, if your students are in Kyiv or a big metropolitan area, the defenders, they are included in safety. And then other means of safety that the students may have. Love and belonging. This is a very important one. Let's see what the students have to say. Family, school, church, community. Esteem. Are they winning awards, doing leadership? Some students that I see, they're doing amazing things despite what's going on in Ukraine. And then self-actualization for our students, that would include things like graduation, maybe reaching a big goal that they have set for themselves or something like that. But what they want to do is, if they have blank spaces, those are the spaces that they need to see if they can do something about it, or maybe they can't do something about it. And then you want them to reflect on that and journal that. So this is a really good activity. And when my students did this, and this was at the onset of the war when morale was very low, when the students did this, the feedback that I received from them was that they all thought that they were doing pretty bad. And then once they sat down and looked at their situation and what they had, they realized they actually weren't doing so bad after all. So it actually gave them a lot of hope to actually sit down and write that out. I also did this with my coworkers at a ballroom dance studio and had them write out like, okay, let's look at the needs that are met. And it was very successful because both of them went on to set more ambitious goals for themselves. And then they ended up moving on. One is now in Paris, studying abroad. The other one is started her own business, but it all started with looking at this pyramid and looking at what I have met and what do I need to do to reach the top of that pyramid. All right, and then the final activity, and this ties into private speech. Or, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. Not yet. Sorry about that. This ties into private speech. So we all have a private world, right? We all have an alter ego or another character that's kind of like living within ourselves. And children love to tell stories. So how great is it when it comes to teaching English or teaching a second language, pulling on the sociocultural theory which is all about community, belonging. And what do cultures do? We tell stories. That's why I reference, Tetiana PSHONIK and other Ukrainian authors. Storytelling is at the heart of every culture. So one way to get students to not only build resilience and reinforce that second language is to tell stories and to create an alter ego. So I'm going to introduce you to my alter ego, who in fact has helped me in my own growth and development, and then we'll move on and wrap things up.
5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, a rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock,
And start.
12 o'clock, a rock. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Play the glad right now. Join me.
Well, howdy, it's Rockabilly Rosie. Yours truly is showing up in Smela for this session of Go Camp, and I am so mighty excited to be working with y'all. Now, I've been hearing there's been a lot of gray skies hovering over Ukraine, but don't y'all fret, okay? Because anytime there's some gray, there's always a patch of blue sky to see you through, and I know that we've been seeing a lot of rainbows, hawks, and other beautiful signs showing us that Ukraine is going to be victorious. So I tell you what, we're going to end this year on a really high note and a really positive one too, and we're going to remember that we are all mutually beautiful people, especially all y'all over there in Ukraine, and I can't wait to work with each and every one of you for the next 3 weeks. You take care, y'all.
Okay, so creating an alter ego like Rockabilly Rosie, it gives us a chance to explore our personality in a safe way, in a storytelling way, and that we want to show the world, but sometimes we're too afraid to put on display. Creating characters based off of who we are, it gives us this opportunity to not only see our more positive qualities, but communicate those positive qualities and then apply them to our own lives. This activity, it will help create reflection on your own positive qualities if you choose to get in on it, and your students' positive qualities. This, once again, we did this with my students in Cherkasy at the beginning of the war, and this was a great way for them to focus on the more positive aspects of who they are. Because at the beginning, we had a major propaganda war, and I knew that when it came to creating this activity, that the students, they needed to focus on the best of who they were. They needed to see like, okay, what is my superpower? How is being Ukrainian a superpower? What are my positive qualities? So that they could maintain their sense of confidence in the midst of a larger global event that was taking place. This activity has also been so successful that one of my students from Western Ukraine, she decided to adopt a rockabilly look. So I was very happy about that, to see that. But when they were creating their alter egos, a lot of students in this group, they decided like, I want to add more romance to my life. I actually want to be, a little bit more than what I am. And this was actually very inspiring to students. And some of them decided like, I should do my hair a little bit differently. I'm always just wearing it down. And they did that. And they started making these tiny little changes that improved their self-esteem. But they all supported one another in those changes, and it was really beautiful to watch. So, questions to provoke character development. What is the name of your character? List 3 positive qualities. Does your character have superpowers? Can they teleport? Maybe read minds? Are they a mom? Are they a teacher? Those are superpowers. What is their hair color? What do their eyes have? Are they from planet Earth or another galaxy? Backstory, origins. Does your character have a personal dream? Let your students really tap into that question, especially number 7. Do they have a personal dream? Because chances are that's something they personally want to do, but they're too afraid to say it and acknowledge it. So this can actually be a very life-changing activity for your students to do. And it's a very creative and very interesting one to see what they come up with. And so here we have some more reflection questions, how much of it's based off of yourself? What can you do in your daily life to be more like this character? How can this character help you? So, for example, Rockabilly Rosie reminded me to stay strong when times were uncertain. Plus, she reminded me that it's okay to be a little crazy and a little funny at times. And then, how can it help you find more joy, positive qualities? And then, how are you guys different? So, how does this help with emotional intelligence? Well, we're expanding our vocabulary building. Emotional expression is dependent upon a large, expansive vocabulary. The fewer words you have, the more frustrated you become in expressing your emotions. So now we're going to expand that vocabulary so that we can be able to express ourselves in healthier ways. Self-awareness takes place when we reflect and take inventory and express our emotions. And then we also got the creative side that helps develop self-awareness. So, in summary, learning language, it provides our brain and nervous system a chance to reset. We've also learned that emotional intelligence skills through the use of Kahoot and other creative projects and reflective question discussions. And then we also briefly discussed how these creative projects expand vocabulary in new ways to express emotions for our students. And finally, we also talked about the sociocultural learning theory and how this all ties in. Language and resilience, it has to be done socially. It is connection, it is people coming together, talking, sharing, and the two cannot be done in isolation. It has to be done in a social context. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Rosemary.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you very much. It was very useful and inspiring, of course. And I think you gave us a whole bunch of ideas and a lot of important issues to think over. And dear participants, maybe you've got some questions. Maybe you got something to ask. So you're very welcome. I can see some messages in the chat. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Huge thank you for your lecture. Your speech is bright and emotional, the people say. Thank you very much.
Rosemary, you have a wonderful Ukrainian language.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
I've had very good teachers and a lot of help. It's a very beautiful language, as I'm very, very happy to be able to read to it.
So, Rosemary, talking about the Ukrainian language as the native language of our students, what do you think about using L1, using the first language in the classroom? Because when we started, when we played the Kahoot, you personally used our native language, and sometimes it is an issue in Ukrainian classrooms, yes, when the pupils want to use a lot of their native language, but the teacher stops them. So what do you think? Is it good to use L1 in an English classroom, for example, when talking about emotions?
I think when it comes to emotions, absolutely, because if, let's say, the child comes from a home where there is no emotional expression, okay, they just don't talk about it, okay, they need that you have the opportunity to not just speak about emotions in a second language, but now they get to learn all these new words in their native language and learn how to express not just in the second, but in the first language as well. So you want to put the Ukrainian variants with the English variants because now they're going to learn both. So yes, I'm actually a big proponent of that. One obstacle to second language learning is surrendering to the second language because there's a fear of losing that first language. That first language, that's your home. That's your linguistic home. So by doing that, it's like they have that safety net still. And then it's going to make it easier to surrender because now the brain goes, okay, I don't have to relinquish my home language or my L1, but I can still accept the second language. So yes, I do highly suggest that because they're learning how to not just express in the second language, but if they don't have those skills in their first language, now they are building the skills in that language as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Thank you. I think if anyone will have any other questions later, they will contact you. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll put my email in the chat. And then I'm also on Instagram. So if you ever want to see.
And we saw you on Facebook. Yes. I know you are on Facebook. Yeah.
No, not anymore. No, just on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So thank you one more time. So thank you for being here. With us. Good morning. Very good morning.
Yes, thank you.
Have a nice day. Have a nice weekend, and thank you for being here.
Yes, and thank you so much for everyone. And I can't wait to hear from you and hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
So we continue. Yeah, Tetiana. So what do we have next? Що ми далі робимо?
Ми до слова запрошуємо Яну Маслакову. Так.
Okay, okay. So, dear participants, I'm really happy to introduce you. Maybe I do not need to introduce, but meet Yana MASLAKOVA. She's a Methodist from the Center of Foreign Literature in Dnipro. She's a good friend and a reliable partner, a professional in her field. So, meet Yana MASLAKOVA. Welcome, Yana.
Hello, everyone. Happy to see lots of so enthusiastic and dedicated teachers here. And a huge thank you to the speakers for such valuable insights. Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
It's okay now, yeah? It's visible. Yeah, great. Well, for about 20 years, Center of Foreign Literature in Dnipro has been the official distributor of all publishing houses presented in Ukraine in teaching and learning English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, and Polish. Our bookshop deals both with private clients and schools, and we used to provide methodological support for the teachers together with the Pro Academy of Continuing Education and representatives for publishing houses in Ukraine. So today, let me show the diversity of the product, which covers all needs in teaching and in teaching English and learning language, fits for any age and language level, suitable for face-to-face teaching, offer learning and teaching in groups. You can see different categories for pre-primary, primary, secondary. You can see how many there are. Upper secondary, adults, English for specific purposes, methodological literature, and of course supportive products like posters, games, puzzles, readers, etc. There are also categories with exam preparation courses, practice tests and trainers, and grammar and vocabulary resources for developing necessary skills. You can choose the category, the language level, and publishing house, or just type the name of the course to find exactly what you're interested in. What I would like to focus on is the digital product for remote classes and online teaching or mixed groups. They are in alphabet order, but you can see courses for young learners as well as for adults. Publishing houses like Cambridge, Oxford, Macmillan, Express Publishing, Pearson, and National Geographic have their own platform to support online learning and teaching. Cambridge One for Cambridge. Oh, it doesn't work today. Here's the example of digital resources you can find in our bookshop. Oxford English Hub. You can see you can work with classes or just to take digital paths. This is one of them. They're ranking. Of course, Macmillan Education Everywhere. You can also use by yourself or in the classroom. Express Publishing. They even have the tutorial on how to work with their online platform, Express Digital. Here's one of the example of their course for the young learners. Pearson for English portal. You can also use it, and of course, here is the tutorial on YouTube. You can find them. And here is the course for the high school. National Geographic Learning has its Spark platform. You can use it for every level. You can choose. This is Keynote for the adults. It's up to you to choose which one to use, but all of the platforms are user-friendly, easy to access. They save teachers time and provide extra practice for learners. As you can see, all you need to start working online is the digital code for the resource. You don't need printed books, just order codes for digital resources for the class, for instance, and enjoy the platform and the product. There's a variety of options for those who are interested in American English. You can see here MN, like these. Here's American English, the famous publishing houses worked on it. Certainly, they are mostly designed for adults and students at the university. So, and the last but not least, I'd like to pay some attention to our readers. You can find fiction, non-fiction, you can see, and lots of categories. For teenagers, for adults, you can choose the level of adaptation or regional text, and even find the books accompanied by activity books for better comprehension. Furthermore, we have illustrated editions and box sets for collection lovers. So, you are more than welcome to contact us in case you need some help in choosing the course for your class for the next academic year. Just Google Center Foreign Literature. You can find our contacts, maps, and to find the suitable way to get in touch with us, the social medias, anything you need. We work within Ukraine. If you speak about ordering the printed books, we can send you by post. But as for the codes for the digital courses, we just email them to you, no matter where you are and where your students are. So that's it. Though it was briefly enough, I hope this was helpful and has motivated you to explore our online bookshop and online platforms for effective teaching. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or if you need our contacts, please Google us or ask the moderators and they will help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yana. Thank you very much. And now we go to the next point of our event. And I think Tanya will continue. Tanya продовжить зараз.
Так, настав час проведення лотереї. Центр іноземної літератури якраз є спонсором проведення нашої конференції, і у нас є 5 комплектів навчальної літератури для англійської мови. Я не знаю, треба переводити це чи не треба. Ну, у нас просто присутня Дебі. У вас вимкнений мікрофон.
So we are continuing with a lottery because we collected some donations, and we told that the people who donate the biggest sum of money will get the complement of books for English as a foreign language teaching. And we will also choose randomly some other winners. So we've got several people who donated the same sum of money. Таня, у нас декілька людей, які задонатили однакову кількість, так? Чи один? Хто найбільше задонатив? Я не чую вас, Тань. Мікрофон.
Вибачте, технічні такі моменти. Задонатили найбільшу суму по 500 гривень у нас 4 людей. Тому у нас лотерея відбувається на загальних умовах. Це якби там одна людина найбільше задонатила, то тоді так. Тому я зараз дуже прошу, щоб всі переглянули список людей, 27 учасників. І подивіться, будь ласка, уважно. Всіх ми внесли. Якщо когось немає, я дуже попрошу, щоб ви нам сказали зараз.
If you donated and cannot see your name here, so just comment on it. Tell us about that.
Я тільки що надіслала, пробачте, запізнилася з надсиланням. Літікова прізвище, мене нема.
Скажіть, будь ласка, ви надсилали Анні скрін?
Так, я її з Приватбанку надіслала, зараз питання.
Тоді скажіть, будь ласка, іще раз, як правильно прізвище?
Літікова Олександра Івановна.
Літікова Олександра. Так, передивіться, будь ласка. Так, пані Тетяна Ткач, ви також Ані надсилали скрін оплати? Бо у нас із запізненням доходять гроші на рахунок. Так, колеги, скажіть, будь ласка, чи всіх ми внесли? Ще раз, будь ласка, уважно передивіться.
Лебедєва немає.
Так, я бачу. Я так зрозуміла, що ці донати були, мабуть, після 1-ї години. Правильно я розумію?
На початку були донати, я про Лебедєву.
Дуже погано чути.
Перепрошую. Десь на початку був донат.
Ага, зрозуміла. Тоді приносимо вибачення. Так. Номер 20. Так, все. Ну, і ще кого немає, скажіть, будь ласка. Начебто всіх внесли. Так? Всі погоджуються, все нормально? Тоді наступна процедура. Я зараз при вас беру, виділяю весь список учасників, які задонатили. Копіюю і відкриваю зараз. От я закриваю і відкриваю от такий сайт, на якому зараз буде відбуватись безпосередньо сам розіграш. З правої частини так, я перепрошую, зараз Богорілу Світлана.
Ага, одна й та сама, 21 і 26. Пишуть, одна й та сама людина з різних аккаунтів, так?
Так. Так, ще раз виділяю. Тобто у нас 29 людей. Повертають до... Дивіться, ось 29, бо я видалила зараз те, що продублювалось у нас. І тепер я натискаю на цей барабан, і зараз у нас буде розігруватись 5 комплектів. Тобто 5 разів я буду запускати барабан. Ми будемо з вами бачити людей, які виграють. Я буду робити скрін для себе, і я потім попрошу всіх учасників, які виграють ці комплекти, написати Анні на пошту ваші реквізити нової пошти, прізвище, ім'я по батькові, адреса нової пошти і телефон. Так, що ж, починаємо там розіграш. Я бажаю всім удачі. Так, зробила.
Congratulations.
Так, зараз тоді я отак я видаляю пані Костенко. Правильно ж я сказала? Да, Вікторія Костенко. Все.
Так, так.
Да. Далі, наступний. У нас раз, так. Вітаємо пані Ірину. Роблю скрін. І зараз шукаю. І зі списку видаляю.
So congrats, Dia.
Вітаємо.
Іванченко.
Так, знову натискаю. Вітаємо пані Антоніну. Так.
Антоніна, congrats.
Четвертий комплект розігруємо. Вітаємо пані Олену. Так, зі списку видаляю. І останній.
And the last person. The last. Oh, I just translate. The last person who wins.
Вітаємо пані Тайну. Щиро вітаємо, колеги. І ще раз нагадаю вам, що напишіть, будь ласка, Анні Кірпі на пошту дані нової пошти, щоб ми змогли відправити вам ці комплекти. Потрібно прізвище, ім'я по батькові, номер телефону і адреса нової пошти, номер відділу. Чи є в когось заперечення, якісь зауваження, питання стосовно лотереї?
Вітаємо переможців.
Так.
Вітаємо переможців.
Super. Dear colleagues, here we have come to the end of this important conference. However, I would like to convey to all participants a greeting from our friend and partner from Greece, Mike Triantafillou, who has an interesting proposal to you in his video message. I was a participant in the Erasmus Plus program for you young entrepreneurs, where I met Mike and his wonderful team. My exchange was last summer and last 2 months. 1 month online and the second offline in Greece. This exchange gave me very valuable knowledge and new acquaintance. Today we are partners and have started implementing a new international project in which representatives of Romania and Poland also participate. So let's watch the video. 1 second.
Good evening, everyone, and greetings to the proceedings of the conference. I'm Triantafillou from KAINOTOMIA Lifelong Learning Center, which is devoted to the upskilling and reskilling adults in line with European Union priorities. I'm thrilled about this initiative focusing on the theme of competence through communication, especially considering the increasingly crucial role of educators. In a rapidly evolving technological landscape, it's imperative to enrich teaching methods to equip learners to seize the opportunities offered by the European Union. One such opportunity is the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs program, where I had the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Tetiana VILKHOVA. Together, we explored the opportunity of creating a European project and assessing funding opportunities. This marked the beginning of our collaboration, leading to her involvement in another program titled Utopia, Intercultural Training to Support Displaced Ukrainians. Before I conclude, I would like to encourage you all to consider participating in the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs program. You are invited to visit Greece for a period of 1 to 6 months, during which I will facilitate connections with businesses and organizations to help you acquire knowledge and skills. Financial support is available, and my team and I are well versed in Ukrainian to offer additional assistance. You will find my contact details on the screen, and I feel free to reach out Mrs. Tatiana for further information. Wishing you all continued success in your endeavors, and I look forward to the opportunity of collaboration.
Thank you, Mike. Тож, якщо у вас будуть питання, якщо вас зацікавить міжнародний обмін з нашими партнерами в Греції, то, будь ласка, звертайтесь до нас. Я думаю, ми зможемо організувати цей обмін. І, в принципі, ми з вами завершуємо дану конференцію. Ми дуже вдячні за те, що ви до нас доєднались. Ми сподіваємось, що вам сподобались наші спікери. Якщо у вас є питання, будь ласка, питання, коментарі, побажання, зараз є така можливість нам ще з вами обговорити дану конференцію.
Yes, dear participants, thank you very much for being here with us at this important and huge event, I'd say. And we would be really, really happy to hear some feedback from you. And if you have anything to say about today's conference, so you are more than welcome to do it right now. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you a lot for such useful and practical aspects of the conference. It was really useful. Maybe I will take some exercises which were proposed to conduct lessons with my students, especially your presentation, warming up. I like it very much. Thank you. And thanks all participants and all speakers.
Oh, thank you for your kind words, Uliana. So maybe anybody else? Oh, you can just send your reactions for us. We will be, it will be a pleasure to receive your hearts, for example, or smiles.
I just want to say you also very, very creative, very nice, very smart, very intelligent, very devoted. Thank you. So many, very, that I can't even to complete the whole list. Thank you. You're not just beautiful, you are perfect. Continue, and we have written, we filled this registration form of feedback, and you will read, we are just waiting if you invite us for the next your such event. We will be so grateful to you. Thank you much. Take care.
Yes,
be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sandra. Yeah.
Колеги, я ще дуже попрошу, якщо у вас буде там сьогодні натхнення, ви захочете поділитись в соціальних мережах даним заходом, ми закликаємо вас, і у нас таке велике прохання, ви нас можете тегати, клікати, відмічати, ми будемо дуже раді. І давайте один до одного будемо доєднуватись і будемо створювати таку спільноту цікаву, і один одному будемо сповіщати про якісь можливі цікаві івенти, заходи, і так далі. Я вам відправляла у чат посилання на наш сайт. Ми зараз в процесі його ще розробки, тому що дуже-дуже активно зараз займаємось його наповненням, тому, будь ласка, ви можете знайомитись з нашими проектами, з інформацією, з різноманітною. Це посилання в чаті відправила на сайт. І також зараз ще раз продублюю посилання на інстаграм-сторінку. Тому будемо дуже-дуже раді, якщо ви будете до нас доєднуватись. Чи є питання ще, скажіть, будь ласка, питання, зауваження, побажання?
Є у вас сторінка у Facebook?
Вона є, але зараз вона також в процесі доопрацювання. Ми потім зробимо відмітку на нашому сайті посилання на Facebook. Стосовно сертифікатів. Сертифікати будуть протягом 2 тижнів. Обов'язково всі, хто взяли участь в конференції, буде сертифікат учасника. Ми його будемо потім розсилати вам на електронні адреси. Хто подавав...
Скільки годин отримаємо за березень 26-28?
Так, хто брав участь у тренінгах і в конференції, 24 години буде у вас вказано в сертифікаті. Ні, почекайте. Ну, да.
45, ні?
45, нібито.
Цифра звучала, так.
Вибачте, тоді я уточню це з Анною, бо останнє, що ми обговорювали, це було 24. Ну, добре, вибачте, я тоді краще уточню, і Анна вам сповістить цю інформацію.
Так.
Ті, хто взяли участь у конференції, просто не в тренінгах, то, звичайно, там буде дещо менша кількість годин.
Дякую.
Є ще питання?
Зауваження, побажання? Побажання вже було.
Да, якщо немає питань, ми з вами так гарненько попрацювали, вже майже 3-я година, тому я пропоную на такій прекрасній, чудовій ноті завершувати. Хочемо побажати вам спокійних, тихих вихідних. Ви знаєте, нам всім освітянам потрібно відпочивати, тому що ми дуже-дуже з вами перезавантажені. І щоб швидко не вигорати, давайте гарненько сьогодні вже після такої роботи відпочинемо. Тому бажаємо вам успіхів. Ще раз вам дуже дякуємо за те, що долучились до нашої конференції. Чекаємо від вас відгуків стосовно цього заходу. І, будь ласка, не забувайте про анкету зворотнього зв'язку. Дуже дякуємо. Хай вам щастить. До побачення.
До побачення.
До побачення. За організацію дякуємо. Все цікаво.
Супер. Це саме головне.
Дякуємо. До побачення.
Дякую. До побачення.